what we want to.
Thank you so much. So thanks, Shiva. So to summarize, I think he nicely emphasized on a few things.
Into finance, and if you are into accounting, you need to know accounting 101, which for me is the debits and credits. And when you have to solve big problems, your debits and credits will not take you anywhere. They will be a very significant part of your journey, but you also need to understand that that has to be a combination with a good communication, collaboration, difficult conversation, which is a very, 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 very significant soft skill to have these days. And on top of that, obviously trying to upskill and even understand what other teams are doing. So if I am a finance expert, I will not limit myself to finance, because if I have to succeed or if I have to excel, I need to know what the other person sitting on the table is doing, because I will not be able to solve a complex problem just by my own. So it has to be a complete package. And I will not go too far. I will just speak about my own story. I have worked for an investment bank, very technical profile, for 15 years. And 8 months ago, I joined Helion. And for people who don't know here, I'm sure you don't know Helion, but you use Eno every single day in your household, or Sensodyne in your house all the time. So when I was changing job 8 months back, my mom came and said that, what's the need? Toothpaste bechegi? Like, will you really go and sell the toothpaste now? And the reason why I'm highlighting that here, it's very important. Now, I lead two functions. I lead the FR function, which means that I'm responsible for the numbers that gets published in London Stock Exchange and New York Stock Exchange for Helion. And at the same time, if a good is stuck at customs, let's say in Egypt or Zurich, it's my team or me who will get an escalation call. Now, the first part is purely very, very technical, where it's not just reporting the numbers, but trying to find out how I do it with less number of people and more efficiently every single day. And second is purely my negotiation and my collaboration skill, where, you know what, I'm able to speak to the custom officers, or I'm able to speak to the regulators and try to say that, no, this truck of or Sensodyne needs to move. So that's what I'm trying to say here is it's not just one thing. You need to continuously work on, and considering how GCCs have evolved, you need to be good both at what you learn in the university campus or your, for example, CA, and at the same time, you need to understand how to collaborate, how to communicate, and how to listen to others to understand how they impact your workflows. So it's both for me.
So Rashmi, can I say that you definitely look at the technical, but if there are two people with same technical skills, you will hire somebody with better soft skills.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's summarize that.
Both, actually. So I would say that technical plus soft skill. So if somebody I feel is technically at the edge, but has better communication, collaboration, and of course the mindset. If he has the growth mindset, I will go for that person.
I was exactly going to say that if I have to pick and choose between somebody who has a very good technical skills but poor soft skills, actually the word soft skill doesn't do justice. When you hear soft skills, it may seem, oh, by the way, it's not important. For me, the word I picked up in is life skills. It is something which you have to have. You could be taught technical, but if your life skills in terms of how do you engage with people, how do you communicate, all of those, and as an HR function, you would recognize that if you don't have that doesn't get you very far. Technical, even if you are at some point in time, I stopped technical, and many of us do stop doing technical many years back. But what carries you along is those life skills which you pick up.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Rashmi and Ashish. So I think, if we summarize, technical only will not be sufficient for sure. You will be wearing multiple hats. It's going to be technical skills and soft skills. So you need not be just book smart, but you have to be street smart. And I think the more of these problems have emerged, I think after COVID, if you agree, because a lot of people started working remotely, which was never the option before. And now they even I see a lot of people come as individual contributors, but when they are in the groups, they struggle. They are not great team members. So I think soft skills and, as Ashish said, the life skills are extremely important. So do not take it lightly. The life skills or the soft skills are very important for your growth. So my next question is to Viru, not from Sholay, but from RSM. Viru, again, this is something related, but again, talking about soft skills and technical skills. So how can the organizations effectively bridge the skill gap by collaborating with the universities and, and helping them upskilling the initiatives to scale their operations?
Thanks, Janet. Everyone, this is Viru. My full name is Veeranagowda Sharanappa, and I'm a senior director from the RSM USI. Maybe I'll first start by telling that I had this misunderstanding or the misconception that I don't have to study anymore the moment I completed my MBA Finance, right, back in 2006. And I might have seen one of my classmates so Bhavya is here, but I was reluctant to ask, right, because I was not sure. So the moment I saw, and I also saw some of the familiar faces in the audience, like I see Balaji, who is from the RSM. So Ashish was saying that, okay, it's a small world, so I'm meeting so many people from my college and my previous companies. So I was saying that, the moment I joined UA, right, back in 2006, then I realized that, okay, I had to study the whole new US tax law, actually, right? So I had the basics. So that's where, the education institutions like Simandhar comes into the picture. So obviously, there are so many things we learn internally, but there are so many things we need the help from the education partners outside of our organizations, actually. Because from my own experience, I see I have some of the managers who are very good with technicals, who are very good interacting with the clients, but there's a limit they can grow unless they have a credentials like EA. For my US tax, they have to have enrolled agent or CPA certification in order to grow to a senior manager. And there are some section of people who are killing it with the client service, but for some reason, they're not able to, crack the EA. Not to scare this audience, because I have cleared my EA in like 3 months, because obviously I prepared for it and I prepared for it and I worked very hard to go into the exams, and I was able to clear EA in 3 months. But there are some folks who are struggling for years, right?
I guess right now the biggest problem is getting the dates, not the
yes.
Because Shripal can prepare them technically, but they are not getting the dates, I guess.
Yes. No, I'm even talking about the pre-COVID. So that's where I had a suggestion for Shripal and Simandhar. So right now you may be having a blanket course, right? Like maybe we may have to customize it for someone who is struggling time and again, who are very good, I'm saying, like, who are very good with client servicing in the industry, but for some reason they don't seem to crack the exam, actually. And on the other side, we have some of the sections of managers who are very good with technicals. They have all the credentials, but they can only work to an extent with the internal clients, actually. So if I have to put them with the ultimate client, right? So I may have to think twice actually. So that means they may not be ready in terms of the communication skills or the life skills that Ashish was mentioning. So that again, that's where, within the organizations, we have a limit as to, how much we can train in terms of the communication skills or the behavioral skills. That's where we need help and support from the Simandhar, the other education institutions, because this is your day in and out job, right? So obviously you can bring in a lot of your experience, and it's not so easy, right, to develop someone who is there in the industry from 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, who are not ready to actually interact with the client, and how are you going to get them ready? So that's again a next task actually. So I think this is some of the aspects where, obviously we can definitely partner, the industry can partner with the education institutions and in upskilling, these skills. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Viru. So I would like to ask the same question to Sumit from PKF. Obviously there is we all accept that there is a skill gap, and the question is like, what specific skills that you would you think that we as organizations or academia like Simandhar or other universities can focus or maybe come together and collaborate to help this fill this skill gap?
Thank you, Srini. I would say academia, plays a very vital role in preparing for the roles in GCC, by, I would say, inculcating knowledge, skill sets, mindset, which helps students in, overcoming the challenges of the corporate world. And definitely, I would say the partnerships between educational institutes and the students help in this preparation, and which would which fosters collaboration between students and the corporate world, I would say. And a very important aspect, I would say, in this regard would be, uh, I term this as a curriculum integration. So when I talk about curriculum integration, is what can be included in the curriculum. So might be, we are talking about GCC catering to the CPA markets of US, correct? So certain GCC concepts or concepts related to CPAs, US GAAP, IFRS, as far as audits are concerned, as far as tax is concerned, giving them some knowledge about different tax forms like 1040, 1065, etc. Also, giving some technical or practical knowledge on certain softwares which are applicable to the US markets, QuickBooks. So that will definitely help in a longer run. And what would happen is it will also decrease the gestation period for the organizations as well.
Yep.
So when I talk about gestation period, I'm talking about from the time they join the organization and the time till they become productive. So if such skills are included in the curriculum, so definitely the gestation time would reduce, and it would be a win-win situation for both. Apart from that, I would say that as everyone has mentioned, soft skills and communication. So those are very important, verbal as well as written communications. I would say that effective communication would resolve 90% of the problems. Definitely, when we are dealing with your counterparts, around the world. And not only the regular communication, I would say cross-cultural communication, because you are dealing with different countries. We have different cultures in India itself. So you can imagine, diversity in cultures across the world. So, cross-cultural ethics, how do you, present yourself, how do you, manage individuals. So that is very important. Other things, might be internship program and, international foreign exchange programs wherein, partnerships or collaborations between GCCs and, educational institutes, wherein, interns are, given opportunities to work for 3 to 6 months in your organization. So they can get a, hands-on experience, what it is all about working, in a GCC. And, they can ultimately, make up their mind whether this profession is for them or not. And if it is, whether they want to, specialize themselves or they want to make their career either in audit or tax. Okay, so, and apart from that, like again, another aspect what I can think about is, leadership qualities, leadership skills and ethics. All the organizations, are looking out for succession planning, correct? So it becomes very important that, leadership skills are, inculcated right at the, foundation, so that, the correct mindset, individual joining a firm has a correct mindset. Another thing which I mentioned was, I know practically, I don't know how, but, as a firm, we very much encourage international or foreign exchange programs wherein, we send a lot of our folks to our onshore offices in US. So what happens is, this creates, they get hands-on experience. They meet their counterparts with whom they are working day in and day out. So it creates a rapport with them, and definitely it creates a positive impact on their quality of work as well. Correct. And last I would like to mention that, the conferences or the conclave what we are currently doing, it gives a common platform for, like-minded leaders, educational institutes and students, correct, to share their views. So ultimately, everybody is on the same page, and everybody can, think about what is required to be successful in operating a GCC model. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. So, thank you, Sumit. I think you really nicely summarize a few important things. Like first was a practical exposure, which is very critical, because if I just put it in a very simplistic way, that when we teach our kids, like, okay, there are three lights on the street, like, green, yellow, and red. It's one thing to learn in the book, but when they go out in the street, they have to understand how to follow that on the street. It's exactly the same thing when you learn debits and credit on the books and solving the problems for accounting subject. But it's different when you are actually dealing with the clients and when you're dealing with the actual practical situations. And I think, again, he emphasized on the cross-cultural communication, because I recently had my US partners visit our India office, and even for chartered accountants and highly qualified people, we had to make sure that they understand how to greet, how to introduce themselves. So there are so many soft skills or the life skills that still we need to reinforce day in again and again, to make sure that people understand the importance of these things. And you rightly mentioned about the leadership skills. I think there are a lot of doers, there are a lot of kind of grinders and minders, but there are very less finders. So we definitely miss those leaders. So if you are looking for leadership skills, I think you have a huge room to grow. So thank you so much, Sumit. So my next question is to Shripal. Where is Shripal? No? Okay. Maybe, okay, Shripal, we have a question for you. What strategies can Simandhar and, institutes like, other universities adopt to ensure that these graduates are globally competitive when meeting these regional needs and international needs? You're ever ready man.
So the question was more on what strategies Simandhar can adopt? Like, yeah.
Simandhar or the other universities can adopt to ensure that these graduates are globally competitive when meeting the regional or maybe international needs.
Okay. So I think before I answer this question, so all of them here, previously we were doing outsourcing a lot. Then we did in-housing a lot. Now we converted into capability centers. So this is how we have taken a 360 route in a country like India. Because previously there was only accounts payable getting outsourced, account receivable getting outsourced in a lot of US-based companies when they set up their operations here in India. So we were not process owners. So that ownership was missing, and that's why the talent was least interested to work in companies where there were US because of the night shifts and all those things. Because I get a lot of the questions because I'm representing the student audience today and I'm talking to corporates. And students always used to have that, sir, is it a night shift job or will I be able to survive in this environment? And then came a complete shift now with global capability centers. We have become more capable now as a country to get a lot of upstream kind of work, or highly skilled work also is getting outsourced to India. And I think that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have this conference also for all of them, that this is the time for a country like India to kind of shine. An institute like us, like at Simandhar, we are trying to ensure that the first thing our students should focus more on is on communication skills. I think that is one skill which is lacking a lot, that how do we articulate the things, how do we communicate what we have, because we have a lot of grads, we have a lot of chartered accountants, CPAs, CMAs, enroll agents, but when they're going to interview, for some reason they're getting little panic, or they're not able to articulate what they really have. But they're really talented people. If you ask them to finalize a balance sheet, they're really passionate to do that. But when it comes to communication, because it's a global area, we are expected to communicate properly, and I would say efficiently and effectively with all the stakeholders. So communication is one of our strategies, and that's why we launched those communication skills course also. If you have seen one Standy with our corporate relation team as to how do we communicate better and how do we use storytelling as a technique, because storytelling is becoming a very big feature now among the corporates, because how you narrate the balance sheet is becoming really important, because reporting have anyways become automated via AI. But how do we articulate that balance sheet is really, really important. And that's what we have been telling our students, that storytelling, how do you communicate the story, is very, very important. So these are 2-3 things which we are focusing on. And I think third thing, what we got from corporates was people are not job ready. So like when I used to talk to Shrenik himself and Ashish and Vishal is there, and even Sumit for that matter, Sripal, can you give people who are job ready, who at least know how to, who at least know about the software, how tax returns are filed or something like that? They're not expecting them to be champion in tax returns, but at least they know how the filing is done. So that's why we started off with customized US tax. You did spoke about that can we do something for the people who are not able to pass enroll agents or CPA for that matter. So what is Simandhar trying to do? That we are trying to make them to come to a product life cycle, that today my students also should sit there after 20 years, that they can also set up a firm like PKF, like RSM, like Citron, like Armanino. And entrepreneurship is something we are trying to develop, where they can file their own tax returns. They know how to kind of set up, and they also know how to scale the things. So these 3 things is what we are focusing on: communication, storytelling, summarizing the things, and how to scale up in their own job. And that is something which we are focusing a lot. I hope this clarifies.
Thank you so much, Sripal. So I think there are 3 things what I feel is coming up again and again. One is the practical training. So you cannot completely depend on the technical skills all the time. You have to be practical. You have to understand the life skills. Second is the storytelling or the communication skill, how you approach the people and how you carry yourself day in and day out, not just when US people are coming. And the third most important is probably readiness for adaptability to the IT skills. Now, talking of IT, we have a panelist, Prasanna from Teva. So Prasanna, I would like to have a question for you. Is like how is the technology influencing the skills and attributes that companies are seeking from the finance graduates?
Thank you, Shrenik. Post-lunch session on a Saturday. Am I audible? Yeah. Guys, the first thing I think it's very important for this community is to have fun, enjoy what we're doing. Am I audible?
Even the mics are sleepy.
Okay. Okay. As for introductions, my name is Prasanna. I was working with technology company for 18 years before I moved into a life sciences and a pharma company. wanted to be an ethical hacker, but I chose to be a chartered accountant. So any of you who are thinking, should I put?
It's near, actually.
Yeah, yeah. But still, primarily wanted to be an ethical hacker, but it's good we are having a technology discussion. To lay some context, I've been predominantly into business finance. I've been heading the business operations for one of the leading cloud providers in India. So, a couple of things which I wanted to elaborate is, you said a couple of key attributes and skills, Shrenik. One of the things is, the ability to read data. I think gone are the days. If you have to look at the evolution of technology, I think between 2000 and 2010, everybody was saying data is the new oil, right? And then we saw how a business model is monetizing data. And then between 2010 and 2020, we said, regulating all your, the advancements of technology is imperative. So we said blockchain technologies. We saw companies born in the cloud companies, which said that, if you're an accountant, it could drive you nuts, moving from CapEx to an OpEx overnight. And then where do you track it? And coming back to this, the amount of data which is available on a public domain is huge. So one of the primary skills we are looking at is, are you even ready before you apply for any role? Classic examples are your 10K, the 10Q, which is available. You get to know about the company, the industry in which they're operating. You could also, typically read up on what are the benchmarks, the industry, do some competitive analysis into what they are. The second thing is, I think Shripal stole my thunder. It was about storytelling, right? Chances are in the current organization and the corporate culture, you'd be dealing with both finance and non-finance professionals. I think that's very imperative. I think while you're dealing with finance professionals, we take a more reactive approach. You talk about, actuals, historicals, setting trends. What are we, where are we headed? But if you were to meet with a CEO or a head of a vertical, they would be more interested in a futuristic statement. Okay, you have the data, you have the trends. Can you tell me where we are headed to? So I think with the amount of data analysis available, a lot of time and effort is being saved. So I think we need to become more granular, understand the business, and then own the data that you're going to analyze. That's a key thing. And when I say storytelling, I had a great example. We were interviewing for one of our senior managers in a company, and I was on the panel for the treasury also. So there was a discussion on working capital. And then, this person came and said, we find that you have unusual high levels of inventory for a particular generic drug. Is there a specific reason you're doing that? And then, we have to say that, look, machine learning is kicking in. We know who are our close competitors for this drug. So we're saying that, is there a business opportunity out there in the market? Saying that I know my competitors are going to run out of stock, so I'm holding more stocks. So I think the conversations are becoming very interesting. This is for people, typically into FP&A. I'm sure we have a business analysis and a research paper in CPA. So I think it's a wonderful idea. The reason I want to say that is today we find that mostly, 60 to 70% of FP&A roles are coming from B schools, mostly from MBAs, purely I think we have discussed a lot on communication, on soft skills. I think this is the one. But I think purely from a technical knowledge, from a functional knowledge, I think it's the CAs and the CPAs who should be driving it. If I have to summarize it, I would still say, look for CPA. That's what I'm looking. Can you be a catalyst? Can you enable change? Look for continuous improvement in processes by understanding business. And then P is believe in your personal branding. I think each one of us is unique. The amount of strengths, what appeals to you could be pretty unique. So if you could build on your brand, personal branding is very important. And A is grow through an analytical mindset. Yeah.
So with this, I think we come to the conclusion of the panel one discussion. I would like to invite Yeah, so we'd like to have a few quick questions from the audience. So if, yes, please. Can somebody pass on the mic, please?
Hi, my name is Sushant. I work with HSBC as an AVP in readiness assurance. My background is more of workforce management. And since this is a GCC thing, I got initially confused because I work in a department called Global Command Center. And Basically, it's a global capability center. We have a big center over here in Bangalore, and it controls everything. So I work in the overall department name is Control Tower. My question is, I'm not sure if anybody has noticed it here or means in finance sector at all. When we deal with workforce management, we do optimization, and that involves lot of cost savings and stuff like that, which ties up with the CMA thing, which I am pursuing now. I moved into business finance side from workforce management because one of the CFOs asked me, earlier company, he asked me to come out of workforce management saying that, no, you have a very good role to play here. We do budgeting and all the stuff. So there are certain organizational, I think there is certain kind of chartered program which is getting developed on workforce management. And when we go ahead and try recruiting for workforce management, we don't get good resources, and they don't have much knowledge about finance also. What I feel is, if we can, as an industry, we can look into workforce management as a very critical function, which can help, because we already in HSBC in Bangalore, we have about 250 plus people who are controlling the entire global 23, 25 countries, controlling their optimization and all the stuff. And then a lot of technologies are also changing, because all these capability centers, what they are doing is they need technology, they need some service related stuff which comes in, and the technology has to come, and workforce management controls the technology, or they have that knowledge of that technology. So can industries, people like from Simandhar and such institutes, can they look into those kind of programs, workforce management stuff? That's a suggestion kind of, not a question as such.
Who would like to take this question?
Quite a huge question.
You must be an accountant.
So would you want to summarize actually what you were doing?
So workforce management is one key aspect of these all capability centers, which work in India mostly.
Yeah.
So there are chartered programs which are getting developed. There are forums in LinkedIn which I have seen, they are getting developed. So like CPA and CMA and all, can institutes like Simandhar and all look into that and maybe absorb it earlier than it getting developed, and then go back to the industry saying that, no, we have this kind of programs which can help people get into workforce management, and that can also help drive the cost down and all those stuff.
Okay, to be honest, actually, we didn't thought about it. We were focusing more on people management skills, right? So workforce management is something which is completely new to us. We'll definitely want to take this feedback and would love to work on that area. Thank you. Anyone else on the questions? Yes, please.
Good evening, everybody. This is Dr. Mahesh. I have a question like you said 10, 20, 70 formula. Can any idea you can just generate to reduce that gap? Because most of the students spend around 18 years, 16 to 18 years in the colleges, but still end up with a learning of 10%. And industries expect 70% to learn should be learned in the on-the-job role. So how it is possible to learn that 70% immediately after the joining the companies? So it's any idea can be generated to reduce that gap or increase the learning capabilities in the universities?
Can I address that? So thanks for that question. So 70, 20, 10 is a formula, a generalized formula, not for your entire curriculum. Actually, it's like more of like if an employee wants to understand that what are the ways we can learn. So the corporate training or the formal training that is given to any employee, that's just 10%. That adds just 10% of the value, not about the curriculum we are talking about, but 70% of the learning comes from the on-the-job training or on-the-job thing. So to answer your question quickly, I think the best way, the gap that we can bridge is through internship. And internship can help them identify what are the gaps, whether it is soft skills, whether it is the computer skills, whether it is the life skills, whether it is how to deal with the problems. So these are really great because when they spend 3 to 6 months in any corporate, they will identify a lot of problems, and that will guide them that what is the best career for them. And that has helped us. Even we suggest that even you're a chartered accountant, and if you want to come from Indian accounting to US accounting, I suggest you do internship with one of the CPA firms for 3 months before you decide to go for tax, audit, or consulting, because you don't know what the tax is. Tax is an ocean, audit is an ocean, consulting is an ocean. How on day one you can decide which field to drive? Because after you spend 3 years and you decide, okay, now I want to go for, after you spend 3 years in tax, now you want to go for audit, your time is gone. Companies can hire another employee, but your time is gone. So it is better to invest those 3 months or 6 months as an intern, even though you are a chartered accountant, even though you're a CPA, qualified CPA, but you do not have the experience because you haven't learned how things work in the software, how things work with the people, the clients, because they are different. So that is the way, that is the best way to bridge that gap. That's my suggestion, to bridge that 70% gap.
Yeah, and then you mentioned that, how to cover that 70% quickly. That 70% is a journey. Okay, so when you start as a staff, when you get introduced to, say, US audit or US tax, it will take you a certain amount of time to get to a level where you can, say, sign a return. Okay, or you can review a return. So you have to spend that much of time, and that is the 70%. Okay, now it's not that, sometimes we come with a pre-notion that, it should take you 5 years or 7 years or 10 years to cover that 70%. It actually depends on each individual, how quickly that individual is learning, applying the learning into their day-to-day job, and you can bring that 70% from whatever 10 years or 7 years to 5 years. It all depends on you, but that 70% I think will remain. And I agree with Shrenik that obviously internship helps you, but again, you're still there to the internship will give you an introduction to what you are going to do in the future, or gives you an idea whether you want to decide to pursue this as a career. But as you get into the actual job, it will take you time, and this whole discussion is about, we want to bring the learnings in the, with working with Shripal to, how we can introduce the US taxation or do some practical learning, but it will still take you some time to get to, at a level of expert.
Thank
So
you.
it's a journey.
Thank you. You will have one last question. Yes, please.
Sir, I'm here.
Yeah. A very good evening to all the esteemed panelists and dignitaries. It's a great opportunity to have got this opportunity to interact with all of you, because I'm not sure it would have been possible anywhere else to meet all of you on this one single platform. So I'm a chartered accountant qualified in the year 2012. So now it's my time of storytelling. So though I qualified in 2012, I couldn't work or, set up practice due to our orthodox family that I come from. So it's since 3 years that I've got back to corporate, and initially it was my stint with internal audit. And then for the last 2 years, I'm working as a team lead at McAfee, SSE, handling the global reconciliations. So as Sir rightly pointed out, you spend at least 3 months in a job and you identify whether you like it or not. So 3 months down into the job, I didn't like doing reconciliations day in and day out. I asked for some extra work or, to handle something else, but then that somehow did not work out. So now at the end of 2 years, I decided to quit that role and move on. So when you said upskilling and reskilling, that's where I enrolled myself to CPA, because I wanted to see if at least would this give me that that escalation of the platform to jump up whatever I've lost. So right now I'm in a dilemma whether should I look up for the new opportunities or should I complete CPA, then go ahead. And somewhere the mind says, stop this corporate stints. You already lost the 10 years. So now maybe you build something of your own, be an entrepreneur. So I would really love to have your hear out your views.
Yeah, you mentioned about 2012, and then you said, it lasts 3 or 4 years since. So you had a gap between when you completed your this one.
Yes.
I could relate to that story. I did my chartered accountancy in 97. I did my CPA 2008. So learning in life doesn't stop. to your point about the dilemma between whether you should do a CPA or not, I think the moot question which you need to ask yourself is what is it that you want to do in life, right? A CPA qualification by itself or any qualification by itself doesn't guarantee success, right? It's something what you have to be doing. So you mentioned about entrepreneur as an example. If you want to be an entrepreneur, CPA may or may not add value to you, right? Because it may not be something which you will be using on a day-to-day basis. If you're running an entrepreneur in Bangalore or any other place, you may want to be thinking about doing an MBA program, for example. So you have to be thinking about what is the qualification you are doing vis-a-vis what your job is, and then try and be customer on that. And the dilemma, I'm sure a lot of other people have. A lot of people actually in our companies, Viru mentioned earlier about how enrolled agent became important. A lot of people, when we look at our Big Four world, and I used to be in Big Four, now I'm in Conresnick, I head their global operations. A lot of time people say, I'm doing my job. Why is it important to get a qualification? When you do a job, the qualification adds accreditation to you. It helps you understand that you're sitting with like-minded people. So it's not a success in itself, but it'll help you do what you otherwise want to do in life. So that is how I would say in terms of the dilemma you have at a personal level.
Yes, sir. So my idea of enrolling into CPA was to develop that niche area. Since we know that there's a lot of outsourcing happening and there's a lot of work that is coming into the offshore companies. So for me, it was about developing that niche. So yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your answer.
Maybe I can add to Ashish. So I'll tell you, I interview a lot of candidates. Like I go to the campuses, I interview the experienced folks in the market, right? So if I'm hiring for a fresher, right? And if I see an EA or CPA in their resume without any prior experience, so that the way I start looking at that candidate changes actually, in a good way actually. So I would consider maybe someone who is a CPA or EA. I'm willing to take that person with or without experience. At least I would assume that, okay, that person is as good as someone who with 1 or 2 years of experience, because the fact that someone has taken the time to build a career and study for the certification, I was talking about like how hard it can become at times, right? And the fact that someone has worked so hard, studied so hard, itself shows that, okay, they're serious about their career, actually, right? So in their way, in that way, it may help you, the credentials, actually. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I have a request for all of you. Let's stop using the word outsource. It's really a very
It's a
low.
capability center now.
It's capability centers. We are talent hub. Like, we have so much of talent and we are providing talent to those who need. Outsourcing is like, it's very kind of a mean type of job, just giving data entry. And when we started that, like that according, like in 2003 or 2002, but let's stop using the word outsource. Really, it doesn't do justice to what all of you are doing.
I don't want to do it, so I'm outsourcing to you.
Yeah. Sir, I have a question. Yeah. Hi, everyone, and thank you, dear panelists. Your opinions are really helpful for us. So, and I'm Vipin, and I'm currently working as senior manager of FP&A for Open Door. And I have a FP&A focused question, particularly probably for Shiva and Prasanna, sir. So over the years, since over the last 15 years, I hope you have seen the entire FP&A function and the role India is playing transform. So my question is more on the core skill sets you have been looking for. How has it changed 15 years ago versus now? And how is it going to change for the future? Are you just going to is FP&A something only for finance people, or is it going to be crucial for people to even know statistics, data analytics, those kind of things to succeed in the future? So.
I think it's a very valid question. To your point, I think we're also looking at economics, because in FP&A, I think business modeling is very important. As an organization matures, right? I think understanding the business model, it's like understanding the business drivers, also understanding the geopolitical situations. So to your question, not only accounting, so accounting with a degree of economics or statistics, because you'd be working with a lot of stakeholders, typically who run across sections of the organization. So if you were to work with engineers, people who are working on the mission language or building data sets or prototypes, saying that, before we automate, we want to run it through our experts. So, I think we're looking at a lot of consolidation of ideas and thought leaders. So not only accounting, yes, economics is also playing a key part in FP&A roles.
Yeah, if I were to just add to that, the FP&A function is going to transform itself. Make no mistake, statistical modeling is going to take shape. AI is going to play a major role in understanding data, the historical trends and what could that mean. And a lot of companies will eventually go into multiple scenario modeling. And that economics also plays a part in terms of how they, especially the multinationals I'm talking about, or companies which have operations across the globe, even out of India. So it is going to take shape. That's why, if you could listen to me, I said the roles are becoming extremely techno-functional. Functional is basic expected, our understanding of all the policies, taxes, accounting policies, 606, so on and so forth. That's basic. But tech is going to make a major impact, and we have to be ready. All of you have to be ready for that. So just as part of this whole curriculum, I think upskilling is the need of the hour.
Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. Shrenik has to leave, so we'll need to felicitate and then we'll kind of take up some of the more questions if you guys permit.
Thanks.
Thank you. So guys, a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. Over to you, Jagat.
So request you to please come and felicitate. Well, I would thank all the panelists for such a beautiful discussion. Can we all have a big round of applause for them? And I would like to take a small moment to appreciate, or like a moment, a token of appreciation for our panelists. Shreepal sir, can you please come and for Mr. Balaji Ranganathan. Mr. Sumit Agarwal. Mr. Ashish Jalan. Mr. Prasanna. Mr. Vishal Agarwal. Ms. Rashmi Sangatani. And Mr. Veera Anna Gowda. Thank you, everyone. Can we please have a group picture? Thank you so much.
I would request Sripal sir to be on stage. I would like to now take a moment to felicitate our valued trust partners for their continued support and collaboration. Your contribution plays an integral role in the success of our initiatives. Calling Finita Mittal from Citron Cooperman. I would request Veeranagowda Sharanappa from RSM. Yeah. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Ricky Saraf, Director and Founder, Hillpine Consulting. The next, Sonali Mahapatro from KPMG. Okay. Mr. Ajay Matthew from Koi Resnick. Pond Resnick, sorry. Mr. Ajay Matthew.
Right, thank you. Moving to our second panel discussion, Tech Disruption in GCC, we'll explore how technology is reshaping the landscape of global capability centers. And we have honored to have a stellar lineup for a panel too. Please welcome Mr. Ankit Ghidia from Microsoft, the finance lead. Mr. Devendra Bagri, Managing Director, Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Amitesh Malhotra from Cisco, Global Accounts Payable Service Leader. Mr. Rajesh Kinney, CFO of Periforce. Mr. Yashpal Jalajal from EY, Audit Executive Director.
Started from here,
Mr. Rajat Gupta from Grant Thornton, USI Executive Director. Dr. Devesh Prakash from EY, partner. And moderating the session, we have none other than Mr. Shripal Jain.
So I think I got the lowest claps for some reason. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. This will not work out. Good evening, everyone. Still, it's not audible. Good evening, everyone. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think we are in the panel 2, an interesting panel, the panel which actually will throw light on what the hell is happening in the era of AI, because everyone is scared what will artificial intelligence do to us. And that's why we thought that we'll bring the thought leaders who are really working on this area. And this panel will completely focus on technology. And this is one area where a lot of things are happening, and many of them are actually speculating that this will happen, that will happen. So I'll straight away start with the company which actually brought AI, rather I would say tied up with OpenAI. And my first question would be straight away to Ankit from Microsoft. And the question is very straightforward. Can AI replace accountants? And why did you bring AI, first of all? Second, or is there a limit to what technology can achieve in finance?
So, hi, and thank you for having me here. I'm Ankit. I lead commercial finance in Microsoft. So I think we have covered a bit of it in the previous panel when we said that, okay, AI is there, but surely it's not going to replace accountants, but it's not going to be the same, correct? Like the work which accountants do right now will not remain the same. It is going to transform it. To delve deeper into it, let's try and understand what exactly AI is. It's not something new that it has come 3 years ago. It's just that with the entire aspect of ChatGPT coming in, it just threw open the gate and everybody started talking about AI, correct? AI is basically, if you think about it, there are two segments. One is something which we call as traditional AI. The second one is something called generative AI, on which ChatGPT or Copilot or Gemini, everything is based on, correct? The basic difference between the two is generative AI, you don't have to be a technical person. You can just give commands to generic language, and that generic language can be Hindi, English, anything. You can give it command through prompts and it will do whatever you want, correct? And machine or traditional AI, like examples can be machine learning and all. To build up that, you need knowledge of coding and all those things. So it's not that organizations have been using AI or have started using AI only in the past 2 years. Like AI has been used in maybe in the last 15, 20 years. AI as a subject is as old as 50 years. And organizations started using it maybe like machine learning and all those things maybe 10, 15 years ago itself. So first I'll take the subject of generative AI, correct? Generative AI as such right now is very successful wherever there is text comes into the play. Not so much successful or it's still maturing wherever numbers come into play. So like products like Microsoft, which has like Copilot and all, it helps you, for instance, write emails and all more beautifully. You don't have to think a lot about your written skills, correct? We have been speaking a lot about soft skills and all. But having said so, it will write down that email, but the chain of thought or that business acumen still needs to be there in you, correct? You have to give it the material on which it can build and beautify the entire thing. Whereas when numbers and all comes into the picture, right now it is still evolving, and we will see. It's not that it will not evolve. It might take some time and it will evolve. But having said so, traditional AI has always, and it has matured a lot, and it is very successful where numbers and all come into play. So it's not that AI is not already doing some work which an accountant and all might be doing. Like we had Prasanna Siva sir talking about FP&A function and all, and how it has been evolving, machine learning and all. So I know for sure in Microsoft, what we have done now for forecasting and all, we do not kind of do the manual work any longer, correct? We have models and all already prepared. Every month, we just basis whatever I'll not go into technical terms, but whatever our CRM in which all the opportunity of sales opportunities and everything is captured, basis that it throws out numbers, okay, this month so much of sale or revenue can be generated. And then as a finance professional, it's not that I am doing all the manual work. For me right now, I do not create Excel files and all any longer. All the reports and everything is completely automated. Then you might think, okay, then what the hell are you doing if you're not creating these things? So they have alluded towards, it has moved from creation of all those reports and all to business partnering, to coming up with insights, coming up with actionables for the business to do. Like my main focus is how can I increase revenue for the company? How can I identify new white spaces for the company rather than just making numbers in Excel? Which are the customers which I see that, okay, we have not gone and sold these products which are similar to any other customer, correct? Which are the customers where they are using a technology a lot more and they should go and upgrade in our entire step up SKUs and all. So these are the things which I'm thinking and talking to them about. The next step, again, I think that is again, one is sharing and then ensuring that this is executed also by them, correct? So the next piece again comes is to work with all my business partner, ensuring that whatever insights have been given is getting executed and then measure them against those KPIs and all those things. So I think with the moving times, it will again transform. And with AI and generic AI coming into play, it is actually giving a lot of the power which the technical folks have been doing or engineering has been doing to us. And I'll just again delve a bit deeper into this aspect also, why I'm saying this. So till now, we have just come up with a new kind of a solution where we are where it's called Python in Excel, correct? Wherein the entire, like when we think about Python, you think, okay, it's a computer language, you need to know everything, correct? Even if you have some basic knowledge about Python, now through generic language, when again generic language like English language, you give a prompt and it will create that model for you. The generative AI based on LM will create that model for you, for which otherwise you would have written so much codes. We have Copilot in GitHub also now. So what it does is, like through and given it will evolve and all, through natural language you can start writing codes also. You can build applications also. We have low code, no code solutions and all. I'm not sure how much you all have heard about this, like Power Platform and all these things, wherein now you can create apps through natural language and all. So it will transform, but maybe the work you are doing right now will not be the work. Maybe it will be something which will give you more satisfaction in future, perhaps. So this is how I look at it, and happy to take any further questions or yeah.
So I think we have, thank you so much, Ankit, for that very insightful thing. So what I understand basically is, to summarize this, there are no more support functions existing now in organizations. Everyone will have to kind of focus more on revenue generation. And finance also will have to do the same, because historically they were supporting the functions. Now they will be generating revenue more. And I'm heading now to a speaker who's among the most senior people here, and he has been writing a lot of articles. I've been following him on LinkedIn on AI, and Dr. Dev Prakash sir from EY is here. Sir, the question is, now we moved on that Ankit said, like, they'll not lose the jobs. So they will give insights. They'll be more into revenue generation now. Being a doctorate, future of work with the rise of automation and AI. Now, what new skills will GCC require in next 5 years?
That's a great question. And first of all, I think we need to look at the perspective as to how GCCs themselves are evolving, and probably that will give us more insight as to what employment generation it can bring, and also what all are the newer skills that we need to work upon to ensure that we remain relevant. So EY, our organization, has conducted a survey, and what we came out, I mean, the survey was out last month only. So there is a perspective which is getting generated is, by 2030, the revenue generated by GCCs in India will be around $130 billion. And out of which, close to about $100 billion will be export revenue from India, which will be accounting for about 3.5% of India's GDP. So that is the might of GCCs in India put together, right? And and to contextualize it further, it is expected that there will be another, you asked me question about 5 years, so there will be another 40 to 50 lakhs jobs will be generated in next 5 years, right? So guys, there's no need to fear, right? That if AI is coming up, then we will lose our jobs. It's not going to happen. Rather than losing the jobs, it will give another jobs to another 50 lakh people in India, right? So, and there's a concept, right? The brighter concept is, AI can never beat OI, right? Which means that the artificial intelligence can never be beaten by the original intelligence, which is the human intelligence. So whenever and wherever the newer developments are happening, what is required is that people are now focusing more on the core skills, right? So maybe if a project is driven, then less coders are required and more functional leaders are required to make things happen, right? There are many leaders we have seen here who have spoken previously, right? So those leaders will define as to how the newer pastures will get created. So that is what is going to create newer employment generation. Second thing which is coming out of the survey is that there are newer areas that we need to work on, which is like climate change and sustainability, things like taxation. In GCCs in India, the taxation penetration is very less. There are a lot of employment will get generated out of the transfer pricing, be it BEPS 2.0. The risk itself is one area which is very much unexplored in India, right? So especially in the GCC domain. So from that perspective, I think if I just summarize what I just wanted to say is the fact that it is going to create more employment and there is nothing to fear. Back then, people of my age with the gray hairs, when computers were evolving, right? We always thought that computers are going to come up, what we will do, right? And we see that India growth story is evolving out of the computers and IT growth itself. So I believe that with the advent of AI and it is not a new phenomena, it is, as previous speaker said, that it is getting evolved over last at least 40 years, right? So from that perspective, I think we will have more jobs. We always need to look for harnessing or honing our skills, get to the core of the or depth of the area that we work upon, and that will help us to grow whichever organization the youngsters are going to join. So in short, there's no need to fear. Develop your skill, do your hard work, you will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dev sir. I'll again come back to you because you are also an advisory partner and there's a lot of enthusiasm among the students. They always want to work in advisory more than audit. And unfortunately, my next question will go to the audit partner from Grant Thornton. And I'm so sorry, but that's what the students' feedback has been here, sir. Always CPAs, CAs, they keep working in audit and tax. And Rajat, you'll need to kind of tell that how you guys are now relevant to attract our students. So the question will be on with the rise of AI. will we see a reduction in demand for traditional accounting roles, or will the nature of these roles simply evolve? And when I talk about traditional, it also talks about audit as an area, because you have been in audit since so many years and now executive director here in audit. So what do you think, Rajat, from Grant Thornton perspective?
So I think the fears have been cleared that AI won't be a job eater. Rather, it would create a lot of jobs, but just that the jobs would shift, right? So your basic things like, for example, bookkeeping or your return filing or basic vouching in audit, right? That would slowly give way to technology, right? As with the advent of AI, robotics and stuff. And then the higher number of jobs which would come into the market would be which are higher up in the value chain. So for example, jobs involving data analytics, maybe something in forensic, accounting advisory. So maybe those are the kind of skills which are more niche. That is something we would be looking out for. And maybe there you would want to develop your talent, right? To be relevant and be there in the market, right? But maybe one thing I would want to focus here, no, is like I understand a lot of people here are freshers, right? So if you've just completed your CPA or ACCA, right, there is not much differentiation that you have with your colleagues, right? Almost no practical experience. You have cleared your examinations and now you're in the market to look out for a job. I think your first mission critical would be to get into an organization, a good organization, so that you can get those opportunities to work on AI, develop your leadership skills, maybe on the job coaching and stuff. So I think that is critical for you, right? And honestly telling, I won't talk much about AI here because as we said, like AI is here and we all need to embrace in order to develop. But maybe how to get into an organization, no, in the right organization so that you can get those skills, you can get those opportunities. So guys, generally, you know, for freshers particularly, like we don't have many interview rounds, right? Generally, it's 1 or 2 rounds of interviews, which hardly last 30 to 60 minutes, right? Those 30 to 60 minutes, my friends, are your chance to glory. You got to prove yourself to the interviewers so that at least you are able to enter into that organization. What skills you learn, how you perform, we'll see later. But the first objective is getting into the organization, right? There, since the only thing you have is your degree with minimal practical experience, right? Few things that you can differentiate yourself with is, first of all, communication, and then the hunger that you demonstrate for that job, right? I'll be very practical here. So generally, you know, people apply in multiple organizations, be it Deloitte, be it GT, EY, all my friends here, they would second to it. So as a recruiter, right, I would not want to hire a person who's just coming to me for a job, right? He has no interest. He'll be equally happy if he joins EY or Deloitte, right? I would want to see that hunger. How would you demonstrate that hunger? Do research about the organization, right? Understand what our service lines are, understand how you can contribute to the organization. So rather than in an interview, rather than the interview driving the conversation, maybe you need to have adequate knowledge about the organization so that you can run that conversation. Don't be at the mercy of the interviewer. That is something that I think it's critical for freshers also. Another important thing we touched upon was communication, right? Communication, storytelling, and all those good things. Because I think one thing which is missing, which I see in candidates nowadays, is they don't read. One general question I ask folks, like how many books have you read in the last year? And the best answer I got from one of the guys was 2 books. Hardly people tell one, or maybe I like reading newspaper, I'm more into reels and stuff like that. That won't help you improve your conversation or your communication, right? It's very important to read. It's very important to be updated with what's going on in the market and stuff like that. So focus on that at least so that you're able to get into a nice organization, right? And then thirdly, I would say be open. For example, like there are opportunities in multiple sectors. Don't kind of restrict yourself to, okay, I want to do this kind of stuff, so I'm not open to other opportunities. Getting experience, that to diverse experience, I think that would really, really help your CV.
from a long-term perspective, right? So be it internship, be it some good program in your colleges, your schools, whatever, be open to those. Say yes. More complex the program, more difficult the program, more value it adds to your CV, right? So be open to multiple things that that come your way. So that is something like I just wanted to share some insider tips from an interview standpoint. Otherwise, AI on a whole, no, it's there to stay. People who embrace AI would go up, definitely would go up, and technology, other technologies too. And people who are resistant, gradually, I'll be honest, guys, like there would be a lot of struggle as we are moving. So be ready to embrace AI, and then things would fall in place.
Thank you so much, sir, for revealing the insider tips on interview. So I've noted that insider tips so that I can circulate among the students. So I'll come back now to Rajesh Kini. How can we shift the narrative from job loss to job transformation in the context of AI and automation?
Thank you, Shripal, for the good question. Let me start by saying that this is the biggest misnomer anybody can have. You know, AI, like everybody else has said, AI, what does AI help you to do? AI only helps you do things better, right? That's how it is. A lot of times, you know, take a step back, say 50 years back, the first time when they thought about robotics, it was in manufacturing. Do you think anything has changed in manufacturing ever since? It's one of the most thriving businesses, right? Go back into robotic surgery. 5 years back or 6 years back or 10 years back, they said robotic surgery is here to stay. Doctors will lose their job, right? Of all the things, doctors, right? So I asked, funnily, you know, in a conversation with my friend, I said, okay, robots will do the thing. What will the doctors do? Have coffee at the time and watch? So then somebody says, no, the robotic machine also has to be run by the doctor, right? So that's where, you know, the only thing is it improves the precision, right? I'm just giving you a parallel of, you know, without going into too much technicality, I'm just telling you what the parallel is all about, right? So we have to always look at what is every phase of technology bringing to the table for us. Look at, you know, in the initial days when we, you know, sir very rightly said, you know, the days when computers were coming in. I've just colored my hair. Otherwise, I also belong to the same. Okay. So those days we used to think computer is going to take away my job, right? It didn't happen. We were happy writing books with our hand. It didn't happen, right? So we said Tally. Oh, Tally is going to take away jobs. Then came SAP. Oh, enterprise resource planning. This is going to take away our job. Then came MS with their powerful AI. I said, we'll lose our job. What are we doing? It's the same person thinking differently. So what does AI do for you? It redefines your premise for doing the job, right? Now, this is not something which will happen overnight. And this is not something which will happen across the board seamlessly, correct? There has to be effort from all of us. Each one of us has to be a constant learner, right? How do you match up to what's required? You know, Rajat very nicely put it across. You know, what is the skill you bring to the table when you come to an interview, right? It's the same thing at your job. 3 people sitting and doing the same thing. The person who does the fastest gets to do something more. As simple as that. And I used to do this all my life. I can tell you through my career, the first thing I used to do is I used to try finding, even in Excel, how to write a SQL query. I didn't know how to write that query. So I used to chew somebody's brain and tell him, boss, this is what I want. I could give, those days there was no AI. So I used to give command to my friends and colleagues. So somebody used to help me with it, right? So they used to write it for me. So I could complete the entire work that, you know, you'll be surprised. I have worked for 27 years with Infosys. And in the days when the advanced tax computation by project and profitability and everything used to take 2 days at some point in time when it was handed over to me. And thanks to this SQL query and whatever, those days, you know, we didn't have the leeway of AI and all that. Thanks to this SQL query, some amount of formulas, pivot tables, etc., combination of these, I used to complete it in 2 hours. Like my boss was surprised as to what is this guy doing. You know, he sees me roaming around talking to everybody else and not doing my work. But the work was always delivered, right? So this is, so as long as you keep learning, just coming back to the point, as long as you keep learning, as long as you keep redefining the boundaries for your job and increasing the content that you bring to the table, you are going to be very, very, you're going to be in a very good space. The second thing that, I'll tell you what AI does. AI is going to create new jobs, right? Earlier days, now don't go very far. All of you use your mobiles to make payments, right? Very simple, make payments. Now, earlier days, what would happen? Your dad and mom will harass you to go to the bank, drop the check, or come with them to the bank so that you can drop the check and get the cash, whatever. Today, how many of you really have cash in your pockets? Right? So the stack has come in, you have everything at your fingertips, and everything works very, very fast. Did the bank cashier lose his job? Did the bank manager lose his job? No. Today we have got bigger, the financial industry has become threefold. Right? You've got fintechs, you've got NBFCs, you've got small-time operators. Everybody has a new idea about how to run the finance of this country. Correct? This is how, with every advent of technology, there are new things coming into place. The other thing is this government right now is also putting a lot of effort to ensure that it doesn't matter what, how much of the AI that comes in, the population of the country which is employable or which is a little less than employable becomes employable. How are they doing it? We have skill future programs, right? Like Skill India, and anybody who enrolls for this, it's so democratized. This is the beauty of it. It is so democratized that you can pick up a job. Just to let you know, my 14-year-old daughter was telling me, Dad, I think next year on, I can start making some money. I said, how are you going to make that money? So she found out that in the website from the government of India, there are some options where she can do work sitting at home on weekends, and she can earn some 2,000 rupees for every 3 hours that she spends. So she's saying, I will make so much money. She has already calculated how much money she'll make. So I told her, I'm happy. I don't have to give you more pocket money. She said, no, that's different. This is different. Right? So life is like this. Right? So, and the company that I work for right now, Perfios, it's personal finance one stop. A little difficult to pronounce. Even I find it difficult because I joined there only 5 months back. Yeah. So one of the good things about this company is that the advent of AI, what we have done is, okay, let me also tell you briefly in 2 lines, what does this company do? So we create a software which helps the bankers reach their customers. So we are a B2B for B2C. So we are making India for the world. Okay. So we have around 1,000 customers. Okay. We have a long tail of customers and the big banks work with us. So every time when you get those SMS, right, loan in 30 minutes, we are not the culprits behind it. Okay. We don't circulate those SMSs. I'm just saying we are the technology behind it. So when you just put in your PAN number and give your confirmations and affirmations and some other details, it will go to the bank. The bank agent will be able to process that request in 10 minutes time. Right? Earlier days, if you wanted a loan, many of us would have applied loans at some point in time or other. We lived on loans. Right? So how much time does it take for you? Right? It used to take 3 days, 4 days, and you have to apply leave to go and give the documents to the bank. Right? So today it happens in a matter of 10 minutes. Right? This is what. So AI came in. We made sure that the analysts who are working from the bank side, from our company's side, they spend more time in decision making. Right? So this is what it is. And like I said, what is AI for all of us? AI is only going, there's a very, very lovely statement that I read somewhere, which said it is going to reduce the cost of curiosity for us. Get what I'm saying? Cost of curiosity. Otherwise, you have to experiment 10 times to come to one. Here you can do scenario planning, right? It saves time. So let me leave you with this thought to all the young students here who are much more smarter than all the people on the dais here. Okay, we are from earlier economy. You are from the newer economy. So you are much more smarter. Let me leave you with this thought, which I learned when I was, when I was around 24, 25. One of my bosses said, the only way you beat everybody else at the game is by being competitive and by being relevant. So that's a long answer to a short question, but I thought it needed that much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajeshkini sir. And now we go to the banker himself. So we are now with Devendra Bagri sir, and CA, CPA, CFA, FRM. So I mean, sir, you have there is no end to the learning what you're doing, and so the curiosity will not stop at your end. So what should finance students focus on to stay relevant in a tech-dominated industry?
Technology is not helping us right now. Exactly. Sripal, you'll have to repeat your question.
So what should finance students focus on to stay relevant in a tech-dominated industry?
Yeah, I mean, all I would say is use AI. That is asli intelligence, right? So I think that is very important for you to stay relevant. Don't get overawed by AI so soon, right? I mean, they will still be relevant and will continue to be relevant. I'll give you an example, right? In the morning when I was driving the car, it says VAC, vehicle actuated control. You see on the signals, the new ones in whole of Bengaluru that they have put around. That is supposed to count each vehicle, and then based on the density of the traffic, it will direct the traffic. Do you think it's possible? Right? The traffic is still the same. So nothing will change Bengaluru traffic. The day AI changes Bangalore traffic, we will have to surrender to AI. Till then, none of us are going to surrender to it. We will continue to use our asli intelligence, right? So that's going to be our mantra going forward. Now, if you take it in a student context, right? I mean, of course, I decided to study more because nobody would give me an engineering seat for my marks, nor a medical seat for my marks, right? And then my father wouldn't pay up for an engineering seat or a medical. So the cheapest courses I picked up and I could finish everything, right? Till it came to, something like an FRM, which was dollar-based. By the time my earning had started, so it became much easier. That's all, nothing else. But if you look at the whole context of a student, right? Please make sure the curriculum that you pick up is your core curriculum, right? So you may pick up a CPA, you will learn your accounting, debit, credits, everything you will do. But with that, please make sure that you add something that is related to technology. That is what will make you relevant. Now, when you select that, think about how you are making that selection. That is very important, right? Do you want to be a developer of that technology or the underlying applications, or you want to be a user of those applications? That is very important. We all get confused as students. We see a placard, right? Like what Sripal has put all around, right? Join every course, basically. That's how he has put around. But if you think about it, that's what you will see on the street. You will see on the electric pole, they would have put, come learn AI, 50,000, learn it. But you've got to understand what you need. Now, as an accountant, you need to be a user. Unless you want to be a developer, of course, you can be. So try and see if you can pick up courses that enable you as a user, right? That is, maybe you want to learn dashboarding. I'm very basic at technology. I mean, I have Microsoft on the left, Adobe here, and we've got lots of technology around. So if I'm going to be very basic, just excuse me. But all I'm trying to say is that how you want to learn will depend on how you want to use, right? So if you want to be a user of technology, then learn those techniques and be an expert at it. If you want to produce a report, then learn, say, maybe, I don't know, Tableau is all I know. So I will say, learn the Tableau skills really well so that you can make slices and dices of data, and then you can present that. But just be very conscious that your curriculum must include anything to do with technology. Otherwise, you will be left behind. That is for sure. Unless even a doctor, as Sir was saying, is not exempt from technology, right? Earlier, he would just chop open a patient and then do the fixes, bandage, you're done. But it doesn't work. Now they need to read reports. Reports are all in a technological form. So everything associated with life is going to be technology. So don't ignore this. That's what I would say in every curriculum that you pick up. Please pick up technology and don't lose your asli intelligence. So that's where I will stop, Shripad.
Thank you so much, Devsing. So we went on to AI, we went on to OI, then we went on to asli intelligence. Now we are coming to Cisco. So Amitesh, while technology automates some tasks, can it also create new job opportunities in the finance industry?
Yeah. So, hi everyone. So the short answer is yes. right? It'll create, and I'll come to that. But I just wanted to tell you a few things because I know a lot of students are here. I think Dr. Sir has actually told that there are 48 lakhs jobs which gets created, and that's true. Before coming to this conference, I was doing a Google, and the Google did mention that the last year jobs related to finance which got created was 48 lakh. Right. And I was looking at the industry, banking, mutual funds, outsourcing, GCC, you name it. So there is a lot of opportunities. The other thing which I want to say is that there were a lot of questions regarding, you want to do this course, you want to do this course. Hello. Thank you. I think whatever course you do, right? I think one, you have to do it with passion. And also you have to understand the maths behind when you pick a course, right? For example, chartered accountant or a CPA. It gives you a particular skill which nobody gives because of the competitiveness. If you look at the chartered accountant, you have to study 8 to 12 hours. It teaches you the dedication, right? It teaches you the flexibility. It teaches you, how you have to maintain a certain discipline. So I think that's the reason when you start the company, you have these skills knowingly or unknowingly. By doing these competitive courses, you kind of take these skills, and when you enter into the company, whatever task is given to you, right, you do it very well from a day one. So I think my request to all of you is, whatever you are doing, just do with the passion, dedication, discipline, because I think these are the skills which will take you far. I think, I will be very honest. I'm director with Cisco. It's not the end, right? I want to grow. So there are certain things which, I also have to inculcate in myself, looking at the future. So I think these skills, will take you very, very far, because the moment, and I'll relate this to technology, and I'll come to that as well. But I think my message is, a lot of people in mid of their career, whenever they have a tough competition, right, they feel that they are lacking something. And the first thing what they go is, oh, I think I have to pick up a course. It is important. But I think you have to understand the maths behind it. The course will teach you, which is more relevant to your job. That's absolutely fine. But I think the psychology behind the courses, it's give you a lot of other things, which is much more relevant in a long run career. Because what happens is, the more you grow in the organization, I think you are being judged, uh, how flexible you are, what decision you take when you are in a pressure situation, right? And how you come out as a winner. So I think my message is that a lot of people, if you are confused, don't get confused. Enjoy. I think whatever you have done, right, just enjoy. It's a long career. People take 30, 35 years. You will have ups and downs. Do not self-doubt, right? So that's my message. Coming back to the technology question, right? I told you, I think Shripal sir was giving the answer. He started with the outsourcing. I had the entire collections for Cisco for $60 billion portfolio. And now I'm heading the overall accounts payable in Cisco. My portfolio is $33 billion. Along with this, I'm handling the entire emerging market and M&A. Related to the technology, right? What technology helps you? A lot of people have covered a lot of things. Technology helps you to scale, right? What does that mean? I am just giving you an internal insight. If you are performing any work, think through from an individual perspective, and then I can tell you from a leadership standpoint also what technology gives you. It's give you a scale. What does that mean? For example, you do a role, right? Whatever role you are, you bring a technology, your role comprises of 30 responsibilities. Out of 30, let's say you automate 10, right? You have developed a capacity in your role where you can add on the work. What does that mean? Which means it gives you an opportunity for you to scale and take over more role. that is what the technology helps. Now, what does technology do today in relation to the finance? In Cisco, I will not talk about the role. There is a department which got created related to finance technology office. So we have an entire department in Cisco, which we call it as a finance transformation office. And what does department do? I know you know a lot of ERP systems, SAP, Oracle, right? That's the main platform on which the transactions take place. I'll explain you a maths. When these systems gets implemented, you have an IT function and you have a finance function. The percentage of people who are involved in enabling these ERPs from a finance standpoint is it ranges between 20 to 40% of the people who are engaged in these projects are from the finance. So I think it gives you an edge. The other thing is, if you move away from these mainframe applications, and if you look at from an accounting, process by process, you talk about accounting, you have ARCs, and then you have Blackline, right? The moment you enable these systems, you need a finance expert in that. So what is happening is, as in when people are getting matured, expert, these finance professionals are taking over these jobs. I have led a team of 500 people. I am currently leading a team of 200 people. I have absorbed more work without even impacting a single people. And that has only happened because of the AI and technology. The roles have changed. The people have moved into more of a techno finance functions where they are enabling certain applications which are there. So I think my message to all of you is, technology will create new roles in finance. I think my vision is for another 5 to 10 years. I think roles will be more of a techno finance. The core finance role will be there 100%, but I think it depends on the individual interest. But there is 20 to 30% of the roles which will go to a techno function area, because there are tons and tons of applications which the GCC is adopting. One to create an efficiency in the process. Like I gave you these two tools. There are others in collections. You have High Radius, Get Paid. In accounts payable, you have Ariba. In payroll, you have Workday. In employee expenses, you have Concur application. Whenever you have to implement this application, finance team is consulted and getting onboarded. So keep in mind, though technology is coming, the new roles are also getting created. So thank you. Yeah.
Just wanted to add, as sir was saying that, okay, the finance will be needed for implementing, correct? With AI, not only implementing, I think it will democratize the technical aspect or the technical knowledge. We will see, maybe not now in, say, in 5 years, but say in 10, 15 years, you will see finance people, CA, CPAs also developing these technologies or these applications, because there will be no longer a requirement that you should have a deep knowledge of coding. You will see that, okay, through natural language also, we are developing our applications and various processes and all are getting automated.
So I will just come to the last question, and that is from Yashpal. Before we'll just, because Yashpal sir is there from EY. We went to AI, we went to, again, so to summarize this, went to AI, we went to OI, then we went to, original intelligence, right? And then we went to revenue generation. End of the day, everyone wants to earn money. That's all. Let's be very simple. And that's what Amitesh actually said, that with technology, you will scale, and with scale, you should get money. So that is what we want, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. And let's be very, because all the entire Gen Z, they are just looking for how can they make more money in less period of time. And that can happen only with technology, because you said technology helps us to scale. So if that is the thing, so Yashpal, now the question is very tough. Which is coming up is, and this is $1 million question, how can finance professional leverage AI to enhance their value and get more money than just fearing the job displacement? You'll really need to tell them that what are the things they can do to earn more.
Good. And thanks, Shripal. And before I take his power pack question, first of all, big round of applause for Shripal too. I think so. Best platform he has provided to all of you. When we were doing I think so, the initial stage, we had no platform where all the leaders of the industry will come and talk about their experiences. So very well done. And I'm glad you asked me this question. And before I answer this question, two stories I will tell you. One of the stories you would have seen that we have all the experts here, and I'm the last one who is answering this, right? So anything you feel everyone has covered each of the topics. So is there anything left for me to answer? Because they have covered it, right? So that's where I think so we are talking about value add. What does AI brings into? So if I had a co-pilot in two of my screens here, and if I could guide the data which what everyone is talking here, it will definitely take out the data and tell me, hey, Yash, these are the two things he has missed, two things the other person has missed out. And that's where we talk about value add, right? In terms of how you add value to your client. And ultimately, why I'm talking about value add is the value add is which really brings the money to you, right? So if I go and talk to, say, because we have advisory partner, but I'm a passionate auditor, right? So the fields of play differs here. But when I being an auditor of Standard Chartered, right? If I go and talk to the Standard Chartered that, hey, why I should continue as an auditor, definitely they'll expect some sort of value addition, which comes out from an EY when we are working with them. And when the value additions comes into picture, definitely the revenue part of it in terms of audit fees, what we get it. The second story, I'll cover the second story. Why I was taking first story is important because I don't have a co-pilot here and most of the content is already covered. So I'll have to go using the technique which we call as storytelling. So how many of you know the chess game? Most of you. What was the era of revolution in the chess game? Any thoughts? So if you see 80s and 90s, right? The IBM came out with something called supercomputer for playing the chess, right? So that is named as Deep Blue. And what is in 1996 there was one of the famous match between Gary and Deep Blue. What was the outcome of that? So the outcome was, the outcome was Gary, who was a brilliant chess player, he won over Deep Blue, the first match which was there. What did the IBM did after that? They have that learning being there. So that's where we talk about value addition, how you go back. And a year after, Deep Blue has defeated Gary multiple times. So that's the power of technology, right? In terms of how you use the technology, technology can play its game. And why I'm drawing this reference is right now we are all talking about AI, right? In terms of different field of play where we can use AI. But what is the final outcome? Did the chess game move down? It is still a game of human versus human. So how much technology we are talking about here, ultimately the financial statement will be issued by, any of the financial information will be issued by a human and the utilization of that will be by human. The things can move around in terms of how to use it, what to do it, but ultimately outcome will be the remaining the same. And now again drawing the same reference of chess game, if you see now who is the all of you have heard about Magnus. He's one of a famous chess player, and what he does now, so he uses AI to train him in terms of what moves he has to use. So you see the evolution where it came from. They started from Deep Blue being defeated, then Deep Blue defeating one of the famous chess champion, and now it is moving where even the biggest chess champions are using technology to suffice in terms of making decision making, which is a major transformation. So this is what I thought is very relevant because it makes it draw the reference from one of our passionate game which we all play. Now coming to now I can cover your question, Shripal. So if you say technology, right, we have been more from an auditor's lens, right? So most of you know currently are also into the same field. How many of you, if I ask a question of IFRS or US GAAP, will be able to answer now? Anyone can be so confident saying, no, I can answer all of the IFRS or US GAAP questions? And the expectation from, again, we are talking, right? The expectation from an auditor when you are issuing audit report is, you will be able to suffice that our client is using all the IFRS or the US GAAP, whichever financial they are using, and we are comfortable, we are issuing a true and fair picture. That's where you will see where technology will suffice it, right? So using AI, you can definitely have all the data sets being put in AI where it knows what are the IFRS requirement. You can put into the AI your financial statement of the client. Again, there are data. Where is the data stored? What is the LLMs you are using is a different question. But that's the power of technology where you can put your client financial statement. It will run through the entire financial statement of your client and say, I think so there is a gap. If you say IFRS, there is a gap between this standard being interpreted. The second question, more from his question on how you add money to the client or why client will pay me extra, is where I do a benchmark of Microsoft versus one of my say other client and say Microsoft disclosure are much better from a users of financial statement. That is which we say as a benchmark. So that is the power of technology, and this what I'm talking is not an imagination. Trust me, this is in action right now, where we use technology to define the standards of the client, compare the standard of the client, and able to give value where they are missing. So a very powerful tool. And why I'm telling all these stories to you is there is nothing to be scared of it, right? Ultimately, the user or the individual who is interpreting is a human being. The standards are defined in such a way that there is no direct interpretation. Though ultimately, the judgments are being involved. We as an individual will have to use judgments to define what is happening, and ultimately, the user of financial statement will remain the same in terms of being an individual. So I would say, and how I define, see, for me, money is obviously being an auditor is how I am able to bring value to the client is ultimately questions which I really feel is important for us. And I feel lot of time as an auditor, we were spending mainly to understand the data, to crush the data and seeing a small population and trying to extrapolate it. Right. And the the general question of the client is with being a sampling, how you are comfortable with what is being issued. But now technology, especially AI, with a huge set of data, there is no way in terms of why you will use data to understand what are the anomalies. You will use benchmark. I'm sure all of you have heard about IFRS 17, IFRS 9. I don't want to talk about it, but there's a lot of things, macroeconomics factors, which are affecting the client. How you use that to bring the real what are anomalies in the client, where in a board of directors meeting, if I'm sitting as an auditor, I'm 100% confident that, hey, I'm confident the water data is whatever the audit report I'm issuing is a true and fair opinion. And that's where my ultimate role, again, making money is one part, but your ultimate role is also in terms of how how the stakeholders have a confidence that, hey, where my money is being invested is safeguarded. And that's my primary role. Apart from earning the money is where I use a technology, I use the AI to be confident that the stakeholders' money is being taken care of.
Thank you so much, Yash. And I think still there is one doubt from the student perspective, and I'll directly go to Dr. Dev as well now. Again, sir, same question. People need money, that's it. So you're into advisory, and who's better than you? What can we do to use this entire AI, and how can we drive value through consulting?
AI can give us a lot of insight, right? And ultimately, the original intelligence has to, cultivate and reap the benefit of that. So, from that perspective, as he mentioned about the fact that now earlier it was being used, as an opponent. Now people are using AI to beat the opponents, right? So similar thing from the consulting perspective, I would say that we are ourselves using a lot of AI, to get a lot of insights, and ultimately the insight that we give to our clients gives us revenue, right? So from that perspective, all the insights that we create using AI is helping us, and also we help clients also to because at the end of the day, you need the sector expertise, you need the core competence of the area or domain that you are talking about. So from that perspective, those who are having the core competence will evolve further, and it is going to be a core competence along with the AI that will create the magic.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that's where we started off with more insights. You get more revenue because you just can't do what everyone is doing. So you have to be creative. And I think AI is doing that. And there was one good thought process from Ankit that the roles are switching. Now engineers are trying to become accountants. Accountants are becoming engineers. The roles are switching. Ankit, actually being from Microsoft, so is talking 1-2 steps ahead that though people are still on debate that would we develop or would we be enabler, Ankit is telling like we could still be developer using natural languages because we can automate a lot of these things. And now giving back to the audience, questions from the audience.
Just before audience, one of the things I thought is very relevant is, I'm sure in the field of consulting and we audit, we both are into EY. There is no single proposal to the client which is going where we are not talking about AI. So making money is what Shripal is telling, but trust me, to retain money also, you definitely need an AI. Unless you can't bring that value proposition to the client, saying how you will bring that insights to them, even you may start losing the revenue. So I would say AI is not now believed as a value add. AI is a prima facie which you definitely need in your any of the proposals to gain the clients, which is I would say one of the most important foundation now. And lastly, I'll tell you one story once you all finish, which is also very interesting.
Questions, folks?
Hello, hi, it's Navin this side. I just want to ask one question that with help of technology, climate is also very, very important nowadays. You can see the Delhi environment and so many things are there. So with help of the ESG reporting, IFRS S1, S2, and also the BRSR is introduced recently. I want to ask how the finance professions can get into these roles because it is very difficult for us to, as a fresher, to get into these roles. So yeah.
Especially as you said, CSRD reporting is one of the key hot topics, especially in Europe. I'm sure most of you would have heard about it. And as a finance professional, obviously, one of the things which we need to be mindful is when we are getting into the field of CSRD reporting and sustainability, you alone cannot function. So, it has to be a combination of you with economists being there, person from civil being there, because they understand what is the carbon footprint of when you are doing a construction. So it has to be the transformation of a model is because CSRD is just a reporting, right? So technically, when you assume an auditor, they will do their work with someone being there, but it has to be a combination of all the people coming together to be doing. Currently, I'll give you one live example of one of the clients because this is new reporting, right? No one knows in terms of what to report out. That's where technology AI is being leveraged now. So AI is currently being leveraged to see that what are the top 50, 100 clients in terms of what they are doing from a CSRD, how they are calculating their double materiality, how they are being looked into, how they are calculating carbon footprint, and can we bring all this benchmarks? See, what is more important right now is to compare when something is new, right? There is no foundation which you can leverage upon. And that's where technology will help us to bring all of the different things together, bring the benchmark and give to the client that, hey, this is what your competitor is doing more from a CSRD reporting. But anyone else wants to add for?
Maybe just one thing from ESG perspective or CSRD, no? So as of now, like we are significantly short on talent of people who know these areas, right? So as of now, this has a lot of first mover advantage. Maybe you're not certified, you're a chartered accountant or CPA and you're not certified in these areas. But if you demonstrate that hunger to learn, you go through the literature, you discuss with the clients, gain that knowledge, and then just you raise your hand. I'm pretty sure any organization, no, they would give that opportunity to you. So the best you can do is just read, understand, gain understanding, and then talk to the relevant people. That would take you forward.
Thank you.
So primarily, if you look at it, first of all, I must say that you are thinking in the right direction, right? So again, I will take a reference of EY survey. So, we asked close to, lot of GCCs in terms of what is the single most area of, preference that you have. And the top answer was ESG. And, it's not only reporting, right? That's the outcome. So just to give you answer and perspective, when we do in EY, we call it CCAS practice. And it is a combination of accountant and engineers, right? Because you have to have knowledge about the industry processes and technology that is required. And close to about 40% is related to accountants. So maybe what you should do is, as he suggested, first of all, you do a lot of research on your own, study all these new standards which have come up, and also see what has been reported already, right? So these are the two things. One is study literature. Second is study what has been reported. And then if you apply to any of our organization, including us, maybe your resume will get picked up.
Just got a job offer.
Next.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, sir. Good evening, panelist. My question is more on the audit front. I want to take up this question to Simandhar team and mainly to Sripal. I have an interest towards auditing and mainly on the technology side. I've enrolled for a CPA discipline in ISE, Information System and Control, and I want to move into the line of service auditor. So just trying to think of the plans what Simandhar has for the students. Like of late, I know that you have come up with many courses on enroll agents and IFRS and data analytics. So do you have something with regard to auditing? Is there any such courses that you want to bring up to bridge that gap so that any student who wants to aspire to go into the auditing field can actually take advantage of it? Because today, if maybe down the line after so down the line after 2 years, if I want to take up audit as my interest area, and I want to do something in addition to CPA, so I can think of ISACA or CIA, some other universities which I think pretty expensive in terms of enrolling for the courses. So I was just thinking if Simandhar has any such plans coming up with such courses.
So, okay, basically, when I started Simandhar, I didn't expect to develop a course on audit because I've come from a chartered accountancy background. So articleship is a very indispensable component of a CA course. So being a CA myself and corrected CA papers at national level. So I've always thought that students will have that as a parameter. But when we went on to introduce CPA, CMA, articleship is not there. And thereby, the practical knowledge is a bit missing in those students. Luckily, what we have seen since last 3-4 years, who all were enrolling for our courses basically were CA dropouts or majorly BComs with CA background and all. So they did had that audit background knowledge. So lately, what we did, we saw a lot of grads coming up and now picking up CPA because the exam is in India now. Like we did practical US tax course, we are now coming with practical US audit course. So we are developing that and we are tying up with Big Fours as well because there are a lot of requirements, like I said, plug and play model. So today, like we are very impatient as Gen Z, the firms are also very impatient because the clients themselves are impatient. They want immediate staff and all, and they don't really want to wait even for training and all because the other firms are producing very fast talent And the firms who are owning that are also majorly, if you see, a lot of private equities coming in our profession as well. And they expect that we learn really fast because they want their money fast. So when that is the case, they want people to be really very fast and be ready with all these things. And that's where we are developing that. You will see a lot of audit assertions being taught into working papers. How do we do all these audit areas? So we are developing that, and you might see that in before March 2025. Because Big Four required that. So that's where we are developing that. And I think we did meet Rajat on that. So when we met Rajat and Sanjeev, who's GT managing director, there was a lot of talks on how can we develop practical audit skills. And we have already started that, and we should see that before March, that should come up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, panelists and everyone. My name is Priyam Agarwal. I'm senior auditor at EY. So most of us here are professionals and students, and we might be using asleep intelligence in our everyday work, everyday life. So to complete their work papers, audit work papers, or filling the tax forms, or creating presentation on financial and advisory projects. So I have two questions specific to our EY, advisory, audit, advisory, and financial panelists. That what are the risks actually? So we understood that AI is our friend and more opportunities will come in the future. But what are the risks and considerations and the questions that we need to ask ourselves before applying the output generated by AI in our daily work? Because it may be correct, it may be incorrect. So what are the questions? What are the judgments that we have to make before applying to them? Second question is, what are the the reactions and the guidelines that are coming up from the regulatory bodies like PCOB, SEC, or other country regulatory bodies on when they inspect our work, like the work papers that we prepare or the tax filing we do? Yeah, thank you.
So I think the question is on ethical AI, and second thing is on PCOB guidelines, though Trump is telling that he'll remove PCOB, but let's hear out what is happening, Dev sir or Rajat sir.
Maybe I'll start with the answer. So there was a recent incident, right, in Uttar Pradesh where somebody was using Google Maps and they went onto a flyover, and unfortunately the flyover wasn't complete and the car fell. Simply relying on AI without using your asli intelligence, no, that's the biggest risk. Your AI is not going to sign the financials, right? Some human being is going to do that. So that's the risk we have. So maybe get all the data from AI, all the insights from AI, but at the same time, use your intelligence to understand whether that is practically making sense or not, right? That's the biggest risk with AI is just plainly relying on AI. So that is something that we need to cover, right? Maybe coming to regulators. So guys, everybody is evolving, right? So in this race to kind of grow further, have better, I would say, financial compliance and better discipline, right? Even the regulators won't be left behind. So the regulators are actually looking for firms who use AI or other technology to make the process, particularly the audit process, more effective and efficient. So I think we should consider regulators as being part of the journey rather than somebody who's we are fighting against, right? So just that generally all the tools which accounting firms used, they are discussed with the regulators, and then also we have an approval that okay, these are fine with the regulators and from a literature and compliance perspective. So that is done, but nobody is looking for a tool or something just to please the regulator. They are part of the journey. So that's what I would want to say.
So one, I think I wanted Dev to add on that because from the banking industry, and the question was on the regulatory things, and there is a lot of speculation that Trump might remove PCOB and transfer all the powers to SEC. And so if that's the case, how the banking industry is shaping. And second is a lot of the students fear that with Trump coming up, so will the US give a lot of work to India, or will this still stay on, Dev sir?
Regulators and banking are best friends, right? They never agree with each other. So they always have a diverging view. So with Trump coming in, it may become easier because he'll remove one of them. So the fight doesn't happen at all. So maybe that's the direction. No, but on a serious note, right? See what is happening at this point of time, right? Is that the regulators ask is increasing, right? And the reason why it is increasing is twofold, right? One is, of course, in genuine public interest. And then this becomes a very big political issue when it comes to elections, right? If, say, a bank is mismanaged, as an example, right, or a credit institution is mismanaged, it immediately impacts the public, right? The moment it starts impacting the public, the first blame is on the government, less on the bank, right? So you will start to see this play out in two parts. So that's why, a lot of what you see in India today itself, right? If you look at a lot of what RBI is saying, for example, right, is all about technology. In every meeting, at even the Monetary Policy Committee meetings, they're talking about technology and AI. So which really means that they want you to focus in an intelligent way to be able to understand your risks and then be able to make sure that you're servicing your clients. Even when you're giving loans, there is something called program lending now. So which means you just input the client data into the tool. It will tell you whether to lend or not to lend. Now, after that, the choice is yours, right? If you want to ruin the bank, lend, even if it says no. If you're conservative, then you will say, okay, I'm not going to lend. So it has gone down to that extent from a regulatory standpoint, right? SEC, for example, there's a very famous case. I don't remember, it was Nike, Reebok, or one of them, right? So what they started to see, there was a merger that was happening, and pre-merger there was a bit of an insider that got leaked, right? And what happened there was the SEC was monitoring on a tool in terms of what is happening pre-merger. They actually do that, and they realized in one part of the US, which is in California, there was a lot of buying happening. And when they investigated, they realized that the company that was involved in the transaction had got some of their friends to actually purchase the share prior to merger, right? So you see how technology is being used to actually determine where the hotspot is and pick up those guys, and then this person got jailed. It's on Google. When you do it, you'll figure out. I think it's called Nike Reebok merger case or something like that. I don't remember the exact name. But you see, this is where the regulators are going. And to your point, Shripal, what Trump will do, nobody knows, right? That is that is the unknown quantity. But the direction that they are moving in, if you see globally, they are looking to centralize a lot of regulation with one authority and make that authority really powerful. So then they can get a good control over the industry. What's happening in India is the same. What's happening globally is going to be the same. So lot of convergence you will see happen with one authority that's going to be strengthened quite a lot. I know the big fours are troubled by NAFRA a lot, the National Financial Regulation Authority. That's again a body that's come on top of many bodies, but then that becomes the single institution that sort of is controlling what goes on in the audit world, as an example, right? I mean, so that's what you'll start to see with regulators. But again, artificial intelligence there's a lot of requirement by the regulators for you to use this to make your decisions in the bank and risk manage. I think that's the most important thing to understand. The risk management aspect, they're very heavily focused.
Thank you so much. And I think we are out of time due to Jagrati. So please, Jagrati, take it ahead. So this was an amazing panel discussion. We have a panel 3 also who are already here. And I think we surpassed the time thanks to Bangalore traffic that we couldn't optimize, I would say, and AI is not helping us like they discussed earlier in traffic control. And if that could be the biggest invention of AI in Bangalore, where the traffic can be automated. So I think thank you so much, panel. You have been such an amazing panel. I had outstanding learning. So my entire pages is filled with all these things. So I hope that I can take this learning. The most important thing for a professional is to execute when leaders talk. The execution is really poor is what we have seen. So I would request all the people who are listening to this panel discussions, please implement this. When they're telling that read, you need to read, because you need to have a mentor in life. It's very, very important. like they said, at my age also, like, so I'm 35, though I don't look like, but at my age also, we never had a panel discussion like this. We never had leaders. But today when I run Simandhar, I always have a call with a lot of CFOs every week that what should Simandhar do? What should they try to achieve? What can they do better for the students? How can they change lives of the students? And that's where I think they have significantly contributed to the progress of our students. And amazing. Thank you so much, panel. It was great having you all. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for the panel members. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing such transformative perspective. Let's give a big round of applause for them, please. I'd like to take a moment to felicitate them as a token of appreciation. So I would request you to please come forward. I'd like to felicitate first Mr. Devesh Prakash, Dr. Devesh Prakash from EY. Mr. Devendra Bagvi from Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Ankit Virya from Microsoft. Mr. Amitesh Malhotra from Cisco. Mr. Rajesh Kinney from Perfios. Mr. Yashpal Jalajal from EY. Mr. Rajat Gupta from Grand Thorpe. Thank you so much. Request all of you all to gather up for a group picture.
So one thing I wanted to add, it really feels good to kind of felicitate EY and Infosys, because I've been an ex-EY and ex-Infosys. Rajesh have worked, and he was a CFO of Infosys subsidiary as well. And we have two EY partners there. So it feels really good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now take a short refreshment break. Request everybody to gather at Todla Hall right there, right up front. We will take this opportunity to network with our leaders and have a quick refreshment break. Thank you. We will reconnect back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, it's a happy moment, and all of you who are sitting there, especially behind, should feel happy about the achievement that not only Shripal has done, but the entire team has done. I always believe not in individual excellence, but always on the teamwork, because individual excellence can only win battle. If you have to win a war, you actually need a team, and that team is all of you who are part of Simandhar education. Ruchita was telling me it is 18 number, but it is 80 and growing more. A huge round of applause for all of them as part of your Shripal. Very good entrepreneur, a good entrepreneur thinking, because he thought out of the box. He worked in Infosys and ENY for, I think, good number of 9 or 10 years. And then he thought, this is not my way. I mean, to him, he wanted to create a path of his own. And how does he create a path of his own? He thought of two things. Number one, a skill that he's good at in speaking and teaching. And the second is take some kind of courses which are really not known of in India. So instead of going for tutorials of CA or tutorials of cost accountancy, which were already there, prevalent in the market, he thought of something of the space which has not been explored before. And this is why I give a lot of credit to Shripal in thinking something different. A round of applause for Shripal in this. And now think of his tagline. We are changing lives for better. An excellent tagline. But what I got really inspired from his thought process of the sign that he has used. It talks of zero. So everything actually for a startup starts from zero. But then what is important is zero. I would actually add, his middle line is about teaching, but I would add the most difficult thing is 0 to 1. In fact, there's a beautiful book by Peter Thiel on this, where he says the maximum effort that is required is when you have to convert from 0 to 1. And the moment you have 0 to 1, the one which is below infinity is something which is achievable. But then most of the people falter when they do take a startup and they have to move.
Okay. Okay, fancy, yeah. Just see them. Why is my name here? So keep at least six. Six at a time, right? First is EA, then is CMA. And are this and the moment of correlating, like, do we have extra momentum for EA? Because when there is a shift, you will be letting me know. CMA. Request everybody to settle down. So the goodies are to be given with the memento, right? No goodies, only the memento. Welcome back, everybody.
She calls the mail to wait.
Okay.
First comes the
Yes, not the thing.
इसको बुलाना लीडर किसको बुला के 5 जनों को कॉल करूंगा Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Next, we have the alumni felicitation segment where we celebrate the success of our brilliant alumni who have made significant strides in their careers. I would request Mr. Arun Ramasubramaniam to come on stage, please, and felicitate our EA alumni. Darshan G. Darshan G. Dilip. Sneha P. Sharik Sharafuddin. K. Vijay Kumar. Next, Kirat Ratan. Manoj Kumar. Manoj Kumar. Next, we have for our CMA alumni, Humble Dage Sridhar. Abdul Rahman. Krishna. Thank you, Arun. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vishnu Patwari. These are our CPA alumni. Supraja. Srinidhi KS. Srinidhi KS. Tejashree Yachmaneni. Eva Panchal. Priyanka A. Thank you, Vishnu. Next, I would like to request Rajat Gupta to be on stage to felicitate some of our CPA alumni. Saurav Belani. Prashant Kumar. Tushar Veerpal. Anand. Next is Priyam Agarwal. Do we have Priyam Agarwal? Next, we have Aparna. Gaurav Bansali. Mohammad Fazel. Thank you, Rajat. Next, I would like to request Yashpal to come on stage to felicitate, honor our alumni. Vaishnavi. Vipin R. Sindura. Ekta. Ravani Bhatt. Sabrish. Gopiraj. Priya Prajapati. Praveen Gupta. Thank you, Yashpal. Now I would like to request Mr. Devendra Bagre to come on stage. I would like to request Dev sir, please. Ranjani.
And last, Mr. Sriram Shankar. Thank you, everyone.
Viren Balwani. Can I request Sripal sir to come on stage? Subhash Tenali, CPA alumni. Subhash.
Subhash has a record of passing a CPA section in 8 days, Subhash. 9 days regulation subject. It typically takes like 4 to 5 months. Bar 15 days.
Congratulations to all the alumni. Thank you. Pampapati, CPA alumni.
Alumni, so his story is like he passed CPA at the age of 40. So Pampa would want to just kind of add one line. Pampa would like to.
Yeah, sure. Glad to. Sure. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me an opportunity. Yes, I had a dream of doing my chartered accountant when I was in village, but I did my BCom and rank holder to the university. But after doing so many years of experience in various companies, even including my Big Four UI as a manager for the regulatory reporting. And one day I thought I'll do CPA, and I enrolled for CPA, and I also enrolled for CMA, and I did at the age of 40 along walking side. And even without taking any leave break or anything. And I really thank Sripal for encouraging and his entire team for my success. Thank you.
Any alumni we've missed, kindly please come forward.
Harish. Amsha.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Please be waited. Now, I'd like to take a moment to felicitate our value trusted partner again. And for continued support and collaboration, please welcome Mr. Ricky Saraf, Director and Founder of Hillpine Consulting. Amit Shah and Rajita Shetty from Elliott Davis. Mr. Ajoy Matthew from Con Resnick. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, everyone. Now, for the next and the third panel discussion, I would like, which is titled Bridging Skills, Technology and Industry Needs. I would like to request the following panelists to come and say, Rohit Kaushal from Maximus, Mr. Vishnu Patwari, Executive Managing Director, BDO Rise, Mr. Arun Ramasubramaniam, Assurance Service Line Leader from Moss Adams, Mr. Prakash Srinivasan, General Manager, Global Talent Supply Chain from Wipro, Mr. Debjyoti Mohanty, HR leader from British Telecom. Dr. Atish Chattopadhyay, director from Jagdish Seth School of Management. Professor Christoph Selvan, Dean and Associate Professor, St. Joseph College. Mr. Samit Shah, Head of India Office from Elliott Davis. Dr. Anuja Pandey, Program Director from IMA. Professor Krishna Kumar, University Dean and Director, School of Commerce and Economics from Presidency University. And moderating this session is dynamic Acharya Shubhashri from Christ University. Let's welcome our panelists with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. I read a saying which says, one single conversation with a wise man is far, far better and wisdom than engaging or reading just mere, 10 years of just reading books. So I think this August gathering of industry stalwarts and academicians, it's my honor to be moderating. So without much ado, I would want to start the panel discussion. I wish to start the conversation with Mr. Vishnu Patwari. Role of certifications. How valuable are global certifications like CPA, CMA, or EA in bridging skill gaps for GCC roles? Your opinion, sir.
First of all, thank you, and for inviting me here, and pleasure to be here in front of all of you and sharing, and with all the panelist member here. I think global certifications plays a very important role in bridging the skill set gap. It brings a standardization in terms of how the global organizations are looking at people. It also leads to the adoption of the global standards in the country, and bridging the gap, skill set gap that the Western world is facing right now. When you look at it, all of these skill sets, they have global recognition. Many of the worldwide MNCs are recognizing this skill sets and this certification. So I'm a big proponent of taking the certification courses and going for that, because it really helps you kind of build the trust. In fact, if you look at the global market, capitals market today, it is quite dependent on the CPAs and CMAs with the certification. And one of the examples that I would give you is that in US, for example, for every professional to become and be promoted to be manager, you need to be a CPA. And that's the same standard that is being followed in the offshoring centers as well. So when you look at that, when you have to grow in your career, you have to have these certifications. And the reason why even the regulators are pushing out for this is because, again, it brings the standardization, it brings the credibility in the capitals market. So, and that has been the factor. What I'm going to see, and I feel that I think this is going to happen in future, that right now that these certifications are required at the manager level. My view is with all the challenges in the regulatory environment that we are seeing in the global market, it's going to get pushed down. I know one of the big four firms that require certification even at the senior, to be promoted at the senior associate level. So it's, it's if you look at it from a requirements from the regulator perspective, the standards that they are creating for the auditors that they have to follow, these certifications are going to be very valuable and become more and more important. So in your career progression.
Like all certifications are the building blocks for career growth. Going with the same breath, I wish to ask Mr. Rohit Kaushal his opinion on what are the key talent gaps in the finance sector and how can Simandhar and other institutions, universities like most of us, some of us, address these gaps?
First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity, and it's honor to be here. And thank you for inviting. I think it's a very pertinent question today that there are gaps. For a population of 1.25 billion, we still continue to struggle to find the right fit for the role. When you open a job on LinkedIn, and I'm just going to throw some stats at you, you open any job opening on LinkedIn, and the first 10 minutes, you will get more than 3,000 plus either shares in easy apply or in some shape, form, and manner. So in 10 minutes for one job, there are about 3,000 plus clicks. Okay. Now, how many of those 3,000 actually make it to the real job? We all know. So this is just one stat. The second stat is today, 99.99% of the companies have moved to something called ATS, right? These are automated filters that filter out lots and lots of candidates, and reaching to the real recruiter or the hiring manager is the biggest challenge. Most of the resumes, most of the profiles don't even reach out, which means either you need to have the right set of network, you need to reach out to the right person in order to either get hired or in order to, reach to that position. And the reason I'm bringing some of that stuff is you will see with these examples, I'm basically highlighting some of the gaps. One is networking, right? Unless you are networked well, and that's one of the key gaps I find, that a lot of people study and they feel that just by studying, they can get into jobs. That's not the reality anymore. It is not important what you've studied, but it is very important that who knows what you have studied and how do you reflect and implement some of that learnings into the role so that you can be in the right place at the right time. That's one. And second, as you get into the job, as you start your career, maybe at various levels, whether you are a person at an entry level in an organization, or you are a manager with some years of experience and you've grown through the ranks, or you are a senior leader with a number of years, behind your belt. Practically, there are gaps of skills at every role, in every team, in every, type of opportunity. We keep talking about AI is coming in, it's a big threat, it's going to take jobs away and all of that stuff. And that's the reality. It is true. AI is going to have some impact on the roles, on the employability and the skills. However, if I have to list out 3 top skills that each one of people in the room or future aspiring, whether students or professionals, first of all is communication. Do you have a top-notch communication skills? Are you able to communicate? And communicate is not just, okay, I've told the answer. That's not communication. Communication is a two-way process. What you said, was that understood in the same way? And therefore, what's the corresponding response or an outcome of what you have communicated? So I think communication, in my mind, is a top skill. If you don't have the right set of communication, no matter you get through the ATS, no matter you get through to the networking and get to sit in front of the hiring manager, you will not crack the interview because of communication, right? So that's top skill 1. Top skill 2, analysis and decision making. 99% of the people are very good at analyzing. They can tell you 500 things. Okay, this can go wrong, that can go wrong. Here are what we should not do. but nobody will tell you this is the right decision to make. And when you are in job, we find when you are moving from individual contributor at a stage where you are contributing, you have a given day job, you have a very well-defined set of outcomes. You do the job, you deliver the job, that's done. But the moment you have to make a switch to a role where you are a reviewer, or you have to manage people, or you have to get things done, that's where the first skill set that's super important is analysis and decision making. You will make hundreds of decisions every day, right? Starting from the first meeting of the day to greeting your team and meeting across people, and there'll be hundreds of decisions that you'll have to do. Are you making the right decisions? Are you analyzing all the required inputs and then making and arriving at the right decision? That's the second skill set. How do you analyze and decision make? And there are lots of stuff that goes behind in order to sharpen your analysis and decision making. It's not easy. It is one of the most difficult acquired skill set that you get to make right decisions. And there are many ways. If you take Amazon, they have a value called being right a lot. What does that really mean is, like, are you making decisions that are most of the times right? Right? You'll never be 100%, but are you right a lot? Meaning that are your decisions sensible? Are they landing in the right direction? Are they pushing you to the right place where it should be? So that's the analysis and decision making, super critical for anyone who wants to get into a managerial or scores where you have to get things done from others. So that's skill 2. Top skill 3 is problem solving, right? Today, most of the people are able to tell you, here are the 10 problems, but they cannot solve it, right? Either the problems are hard to solve, or they don't apply themselves to solve, or they don't know how to solve it, because 90% of the times, either the solution does not lie with you, but it is through network. You have to find the right set of person and therefore sit down and resolve, or it requires communication to collaborate, to influence, to get people on board to help you make a decision. So these are, in my mind, the 3 top skills: problem solving, analysis, decision making, and communication. If you have a reasonably good combination of these 3 skills and you're able to flex between these 3, you are bound to have a fairly successful career, right? Now, coming to the second part of your question on how do institutes like Simandhar or others help you teach that, I think some of this stuff of analysis decision making is embedded in our way we study. For example, before the exam, you have 10 chapters and you can't read 10 chapters overnight. So you analyze, okay, which are the most important? I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to study 3 chapters. Hopefully I'll get 70 marks and I can pass, right? That's an example of analysis decision making, right? But how do you hone that, right? You got to review, analyze, you look at PYQs, you look at number of other stuff to arrive at that decision. That is an example of how analysis and decision making is taught. How does this gets embedded in a curriculum? I think through number of curriculums, through number of case studies, through number of examples. When you are exposed to these kind of analysis and decision making, you actually learn and get better at it over a period of time, right? And communication is the other part where I believe every educational institution should make it compulsory that having a good stronghold over a language, whether it's a language, you name it, English, whether it is written or verbal, you need to have a very good command over it. And unfortunately, language is not a very important subject. If you see, all the students at school take tuition for science, maths. Nobody takes a tuition for English, right? Why? And it's that language, it's that subject you use the most in your life. If you communicate well, if you're able to express your ideas succinctly, you will outshine and stand in front of others. But English is a subject that you pay the least amount of attention throughout your career. You would study the last day, you will figure out, hey, I have to do these 10 grammar questions. And I'm telling you all of this because I see how my kids study at school, and that's typically the amount of time you spend on English, right? So communication, how do you communicate? How do you build a hold over a language? And if you pick up any big leader, you follow any big leader, one of the biggest skills any leader has is the communication. You see how they speak, how they communicate. And it does not matter whether it is English. You even take, even our political leaders. Without going into specifics, you pick any leader, the ability for them to communicate is what makes the impact. And if you are able to do that, you will automatically be successful in your life. So those are the few that, I just wanted to throw it out for people to think.
Thank you, sir. Humorously, just asking. Yeah, teachers. Communication skill, yes, the way you said. I think now we also have to learn the Gen Z lingo. I don't know how many of you are actually familiar with the Gen Z lingo. So for us, communication skill is still not complete until we don't learn Gen Z lingo, because we cannot connect with them. So I do agree. Sir, just one more curious question from my side. I was reading the World Economic Forum report. They say there is something called a self-efficacy skill also today. For instance, motivation, trying to be persevering. Aren't these skills as important as analytical skills? If you can just add.
No, very true. Whether it is perseverance, whether it is ability to improve and self-learn,
resilience,
right? I think my take is that there are two components. You can divide inherent skills, and some are personality traits. In my mind, resilience, perseverance is a very personality trait, whereas skills that I spoke about are very professional, job centric, and maybe a little bit of transferable skills from one job to the other, right? If you are not resilient, if you're not hardworking, if you're not self-reliant, you cannot even get past our education system of grade 10. So you practically, these are like ingrained from the childhood, and therefore you ought to have those, no doubt about it. But as you get into a forum where you have to work, where you have to collaborate and make impact, and especially when you have to work across different geographies, like in today's world, when you work across different cultures, these are some of the skills that starts to differentiate people from the rest, because you will find lots of people are resilient. However, sometimes they don't have the right skill to learn, or they're not able to focus on the right problematic areas, and therefore they struggle and are not able to move on.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I wish an opinion from Dr. Krishna Mohan. Sir, as an academician, how do you see the role of universities evolving to prepare students for the tech-driven finance industry in the GCC? I'm afraid Sir has come. Dr. Krishna, I think, from President's University. I think, sir. Anyway, would anybody want to take a question from the university side? You want me to? Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm in transition right now, okay? And I am the director of GCC School of Management, but I have been also the founding vice chancellor of Vijayabhumi University. It's a liberal professional university. And I'm just now moving to IMT Ghaziabad as director. So I will, first of all, compliment that this issue has come up. I think 3 pointers in terms of skills: communication, analysis, and problem solving has been pointed out. And I think one thing that has been pointed out is the whole issue of decision making. Now the question is, decision making is an art. Even Jack Welch said that decision making is a combination of head, heart, and gut. Now, decision making needs to be learned, okay? And which cannot be, we are very comfortable as teachers to convey those things which are available in terms of theory, in terms of statistical tools, etc., which are easily measurable. Whereas if we talk about decision making, and if you're talking about a ambiguous, uncertain world, in that case, how to assess decision making and create a context where students can learn how to take decision is a challenge. So we are very uncomfortable in doing that. And we are talking about communication here, and look at all the entrance examinations. IIT entrance is objective type, multi-choice. NEET entrance, objective type, multi-choice, multiple choice. CAT, objective type, multiple choice. Even NEET PG is multiple choice, objective type. There is no question of any articulation and communication in any of these things. Okay, which was not the case when we appeared for those entrance examinations. Now this is the change. Okay, and there is a great tendency of standardization and centralization. Okay, now that has created this challenge that we want to standardize and centralize everything as against essays, interviews, and looking at those skills like what you just now talked about, the whole issue of efficacy. The challenge is in India, we have equated intelligence as mathematical intelligence. If we look at Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence model, there are 8 intelligences. Okay. And if you're talking about linguistic is one of the intelligence. If you're talking about music is one of the intelligence. If you're talking about body kinesthetics, that is sports, dance, etc., is one intelligence. Naturalist is one intelligence. But we have all never equated Wordsworth and Einstein in the same way in India. That needs to change, which means essentially we need to look at each of these 8 intelligences in an equal manner. One of the things, though I have now moved out, one of the things that we did in the university where I was the founding vice chancellor, which is Vijayabhumi University, we created schools addressing each of these intelligences. We had a school of data science, we have a school of music, we have a school of design, and also school of business, law, humanities, etc. Now the challenge is, if you look at the universities, the programs are priced different on what program you are getting into. So a Bachelor of Arts is differently priced than a Bachelor of Technology or a BTech program. The move that we have done is to do credit pricing, which means whether you take a course in data science or whether you do a course in music, one credit is priced the same, which allows a participant or a learner to take any course. And there's no differentiation between a Wordsworth and an Einstein. That's the key piece. I think our academic institutions need to understand that we have to address each of the intelligences equally, number one. Number two, the fact that if we have to deal with this uncertainty, okay, the tech will actually solve most of our problems, okay? But the challenge is, how do we deal with this uncertainty? And there, all these intelligences become important. The important thing is how we imagine. And that imagination is not really addressed until and unless we create a holistic individual addressing each of these intelligences. I don't think that the problems that we are talking about is ingrained in our education system, where we have moved to standardization and centralization with only multiple choice, even for PG of a doctor. I think that needs to be relooked at. The problem lies there.
Sir, continuing with what you said, giving it equal importance.
I'll take that. Yeah. Sir, going with the opinion about giving equal importance to all type of faculty, when it comes to placements, because finally at the end of the day, we are answerable to the stakeholders, which is this, not just the students, parents of students. Then how do you say that you're able to give a equal type of placement to all those students who are in probably humanities, commerce, because we started with certifications.
And let me tell you at Jackson, we have this same certifications, which is CPA. Okay, now because there's a huge talent requirement in the US today. Okay, and there is a because we are a AACS accredited institution. So part of the program is done over here and part of the program is done abroad. And if you look at some universities like State University of New York, Albany, where we have got a partnership program, the CPA is inbuilt as part of the curriculum. Okay, so they graduate with a CPA degree. And of course, CPA today is a STEM approved degree, so they get a 3-year OTP. Now that might change with Trump being there. Okay, which also opens up opportunities for GCCs over here. Okay, which means the talent which was working there, the GCCs over here might do the work which was earlier being done by those individuals who are actually going there and doing it. So there is an opportunity as well as a threat. So instead of people going there, people might work out of here. Okay. Now the question is that there are two aspects. One is an education part, and the second is a training part. The certification is what you require in the short run. When we are talking about a degree program, there are two aspects to be addressed. What is required in the short run and what is required in the long run. In the short run, what is required is what you are supposed to do in the immediate future. There is a technical skills. The certification provides you with the technical skills. But if you have to become a leader, then as you move up, your people skills and all the skills that you talked about become important. So there is a balance to be done in the program architecture of the curriculum, what is required in the short run and what is required in the long run. Okay, and that's how the architectures are designed. So education part is important, addressing a holistic personality, and the certification part is important, which is about training for the first job and the first promotion. So this balance is important. When we do a proper program, and I have been a deputy director at SPGMR Mumbai also, which is highest ranked in terms of the FT ranking, if you look at it. Okay, this was a very important aspect. The first year is about what is required in the long run. And the second year is what is required in the short run. So this balance of long run and short run is a key element in curriculum design.
Thank you, sir. I extend a similar question to Dr. Christoph Selvan. Sir, do you think certifications like CPA, CMA, or CFA with Simandhar, for example, should be integrated into finance degrees to better prepare students for a tech-driven future? It's an extension of the same.
So thank you so much for inviting me to share my thoughts in areas. Yes, the answer in one line, yes. We have to integrate these professional certification courses within our regular courses like BCom, BBA, or whatever the streams you would like to find. I would like to address this in two different ways. One is, let me take this regular college studies. I personally, from the university, I feel that no one should miss the college life. That is happening with CA. No one should miss. I think 99.9% here, everybody crossed that higher education or university or college education. We know how important that is in our life. So I feel that everyone should cross some university or college life, number one. Number two, the reason why I'm asking everybody to go for a university or college studies, there are three important reasons. One is, see, if you take any BCom or BBA, any courses, you study variety of subjects. Like if you take BCom, we have finance and accounting are core, but at the same time, we study mathematics, statistics, human resource, languages we study in the first 2 years. So a lot of subjects, variety of subjects we study in the 3 years. Number two, nowadays, colleges and universities are coming up with skill enhancement courses, supportive courses, value-added courses. So that also the students to be trained is very important for their corporate life. And the third important reason why college degrees are very important is because of life learn. They learn their life there. Because up to 12th standard or PUC second year, they are pampered. And 11th and 12th standard, they are in a horse race. And public examination, they put everything, this side and this side, and they are into, only they see the percentage of marks, okay, 95, 96 or 97. At St. Joseph's University, I hope Christ University also, and other universities also we do, we used to have interviews before selecting students for our regular programs.
Sure.
We could able to see 97, 96% students cannot answer what is accounting. Many students we reject in the interview. The reason is they do not know how to explain the golden rules of accounting, where they studied that for 2 years. It was surprising for us when we do interviews. How come a 97% student couldn't explain where they got 100 out of 100 in their education? Means numbers are not connected with knowledge. They just eat everything and vomit, and after the next day they forget everything. But college education actually give a lot of life lessons. They understand friendship and they know how to manage the relationship. A lot of matrimonial discussions happen during the college days only. I think they should go through that life, because every movies, if you see, that love stories start always in the college life. So that I think that life they should enjoy during the 3 days is very, very important, and that is the way they should nurture them. And also they can see how competent they are within the 60 to 80 students. They can understand their strengths and weaknesses. Else, they are sitting in one particular room and studying one particular certification course and clearing. I don't think so. That is the way they should build their life. The college education is very, very important. Point number one. Number two is about why we integrate professional education into our finance degrees. Number one is these certification courses like CPA, CMA, whatever the certification courses introduced by Simandhar. It is futuristics. If you take university syllabus preparations, we have certain restrictions. Affiliated colleges and universities, we have certain restrictions, and we may not. I'm not talking only about St. Joseph's University or about SIR or Presidency and Christ. I'm not talking about our university. I'm talking about there are more than 6,000 universities are there in India. I'm talking about everything. No one actually have connected with industries. So their knowledge about industry is very, very minimal and sometimes zero. That is the stage actually we are. So these kind of professional certifications, when they come in, they are bringing the futuristic courses. When a student joining in the year 2025, he will be out of the college from in the year 2028. He'll be joining in the year 2029. So he is studying for his future, 2029, how that future going to be. What kind of job roles they're going to get, what kind of job descriptions will be there. So that and all, I think the professional education brings, certification brings, like CPA, CMA, AICPA, and ACCA kind of courses bring into the real picture. Number two, it is about awareness. When we integrate these courses, even the least student come to know about many these professional certifications. There are many certification courses now in risk management. Sir, actually, the previous panel discussion mentioned about that. A lot of courses, certification in marketing we have, in HR, analytics we have, where students do not know about these courses. I think when these professional certifications coming into the university, it reach wide range of students. And in my school, there are 3,500 students are studying. If I bring one, everybody knows about CMA, CPA, CA, ACCA, CS, whatever the courses you tell, they know. But if I go to Tumkur or 100 kilometers from here, I do not know whether students know other than CA and CS. If I go 100 kilometers far from Tumkur to a village college, I do not know whether they know CA, CS. So this is the state we are. So I think it is the right time to bring not only to Bangalore. I think this Simandhar should go beyond the boundaries to reach the least to the least in the society. And the third, you rightly pointed about the placements. I could, in my experience, I could see that placement and the job description from the company, these professional certifications, the syllabus know how they frame, and the and the job descriptions are similar, are moving together, so that these students, those who are clearing ACCA, CMA, CPA, they are getting jobs immediately. because they are highly focused to one particular domain, and that jobs already know it's in a high demand in the market. So when companies coming in, they're immediately taking our students. Recently, 46 students joined in EY. And another 38 students already in line. They already selected for EY. And there are 12 students already joined and working with the GT. Means these students already pursuing, and 90% of the students already pursuing certifications, couple of certifications. When companies coming to our campus, where they could able to see, okay, this student already in CPA or CMA they are doing, and they cleared a couple of papers. Surely they will do the rest also. And they're clearing the stages, placements happening very quickly, in these type of institutions. So that is the reason I think it is mandatory and it's very important nowadays. It is to merge or travel together these professional certifications and the regular degree. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What I personally believe in my almost 17 years of teaching life, I think of late we are failing to give an experience to a student. Yes, certification absolutely necessary, maybe to eke out a living. At Christ University, we've started a concept called as experiential learning, where the students are expected to go outside the campus and also associate with students who are not as privileged as them. Recently, we had an opportunity to go to a government school where it was very disturbing to know that there are computers in this college, but the students hardly know how to use. They don't know what is Excel. They've heard about stock market, but hardly know the English words associated with the stock market. So this may be other than certifications, as you were mentioning about service learning and skill enhancement courses, NEP has made this as a mandatory. So I personally feel somewhere we are still incomplete if you don't add on the human aspect of equipping the students.
I agree that. I think experiential learning is a responsibility of each and every university, those who are offering the subjects to the students. We do experiential learning also for our students. It is mandatory for all the students, 10,500 students on campus, to go and be there in a particular village and to understand the localites and the business. And also it is mandatory for every students to take an internship in their second year. And I'm just giving two examples here. There are a lot of things we do. So it is mandatory to get the degree. They have to see, they produce some evidence, how they are into the society and what are the outcomes, what they learned from the society. It is mandatory. I hope most of the universities are doing that in Karnataka, but not on a wide range. I don't think so about in India. If you take India as a whole, I don't know whether this is a practice of every university. Experiential learning also important, and that is the responsibility of each and every university and colleges in India.
Thank you, sir. Prakash Srinivasan, sir. I know it's a rhetoric question. What role should internships, industry projects, and experiential learning play in bridging the gap between education and employment?
First of all, thank you for having me here. I will start with a parallel. How many of you have driving license? Two-wheeler, four-wheeler? Okay, so I will want to share my experience of taking the driving license. It was for four-wheeler. So, and it was in 1990s. Okay, don't guess my age, but that's the year in which I was trying to take the driving license. So for four-wheeler, first option is you have to take an H. They put poles, even today that's the process, they put poles in the shape of an H and you have to drive, reverse, turn, all those things are there. And for people who find it difficult to take H, they have to drive on the road and there are some additional formalities which I can't talk here, right? So this was the process that used to be followed. I felt very comfortable to take H. The reason is when you take H, you have to manage only yourself because there is no other vehicle. Whereas if you're driving on the road, I felt it was more complex at that point in time. Right? Because you have to see other vehicles coming in, your safety depends on the other person driving also, right? So somewhat the journey from campus to corporate is somewhat like this, right? When you are in the campus, it is more about managing yourself, managing your studies. Very rarely you have a dependency on what others are doing, right? Except for the factors are told that competitive mark, right? Okay, my neighbor is scoring 1 mark higher, so I need to catch up, right? Other than that, it is mostly self-managed. Whereas when you come to the corporate, there are a lot of interlinkages coming in, right? Second, you study a lot of concepts in the campus. I would say a theoretical concepts, and you study those concepts one by one. Whereas when you come to the shop floor or on the production floor, be it in any company, it's never going to be one concept, right? So how the various functions work together, there is an interplay of various subjects. So in order to make people campus ready, they have to go through this journey. It doesn't happen overnight. Again, if I draw another parallel, assume you have to undergo a surgery, touch wood, let it not happen. Will you allow a doctor who just passed out from a college yesterday to perform a surgery on you? Yes or no? Right. So going to campus is like that. Now, luckily in that profession, because it is touching somebody's life, there is a concept called house urgency built into that. And if I take a CA as an example, there is an articleship built into that, right? So this is the impact or this is the benefit that an internship will bring in. While any certification will give you the credentials, which means you will be invited to come inside the campus for the interview or to come inside the corporate for the interview. But for you to get through, what corporates look for is what you call the capability, right? The ability to do the things, which is basically the concepts that you picked up, how well you are able to apply it, how well you are able to take action on it to perform the task that is required. So from this perspective, internship, experiential learning, these are all very important. It does not happen overnight. So even if you take H, even if you take drive on the road and take license, you get a credential, right? But trust me, that credential is of no use except for meeting a legal compliance to drive in the Bangalore traffic, right? So it has to come from experience, and there is no other way. Now, internship has other perspectives. One, the employee, so the candidate comes to know or get an exposure of various aspects, how what they learned is being applied in the shop floor, in the organization, right? They come to know about that. Basis which they can also take decision, are they in the right stream of profession? Because they are going to build a 35-year-old long career by doing or being continuously learning and evolving in that particular profession. So have I taken the right decision, or which aspect? Like if I take finance as an example, whether auditing is right or taxation is more interesting to me. Maybe when I was studying, my understanding was different, but in reality, it is different. Now look from an organization perspective, they have multiple benefits. One, they get a chance to connect with the millennials or Gen Z plus, whatever Madam was telling, right? So what is their thinking? What is that they aspire for? So by understanding that, keep fine-tuning your internal policies and stuff like that. Also, if you take, like in a large organization like us, just wanted to share that on December 2nd, there is a new scheme launched by Government of India, Prime Minister's internship scheme, right? The objective is to put through about 1 crore youth through internship programs with top 500 companies in India, and Wipro is partnered there, right? So Wipro is partnered there. So we are taking interns in hundreds. So more corporates should leverage that, give them the experience that is required for them. And another interesting thing, again, going back to driving, when you start learning the driving, you put that L, right? So the point is L plus earning is learning, right? So if we prepare during the academics itself, make internship as an integral part of the curriculum rather than internship as an activity or optional activity outside the curriculum. I think that's where we are missing. So the people in the urban, generally they tend to get into corporate without an internship. Of course, once they join, they will put through a lot of experiential learning and things like that. Whereas people in tier 2, tier 3, they don't get the opportunity to have that internship. So this scheme which is launched, the most of the subscribers that we see are the folks from tier 2, tier 3. So one option is to attract them. The second option is the job should go to there. So we see most of the GCCs, even companies like ours, we carry a target or we have a direction to open up centers in tier 2, tier 3 so that we tap or we leverage that talent. So net, the concept of internship, experiential learning, etc., will help in equipping the right mindset, the right skill set, and the right tool set for the aspiring employees. And also, the other studies say the research says that while India has about 60% of the people below the age of 35, about 50% of them only are employable. So which means there are tons of graduates who are passing out. They don't have an employment. When I say employment, I also want to account for what is called the underemployment. Like you might be a graduate, postgraduate, but maybe not doing a job in line with or at level, at par with the credentials that you have taken there, right? And that's a study says that if India has to grow to a 5 trillion economy in the next 1.5 years, probably India does not have the required skill set. So taking an analogy from our billing rate is low, right? So it's as simple as skill as a currency. So I would like to conclude with that concept of skill as a currency. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So correct me if I'm wrong. Is the Pradhan Mantri internship scheme only for the tier 2 cities students from, or is it for all the students who are from?
It is for everyone, but there are conditions like people should not be already employed somewhere, and their income, family income, should be less than 8 lakhs per annum. There are some rules like that. It is not, there is no restriction of tier 2, tier 3. It is across.
So I think I can very well be convinced that all the corporates here will offer internship opportunities. Then I think we need to connect after this. Thank you.
Mandated.
Yes, sir.
The top 500.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, top 500, it is mandated, but it is a welcome scheme for others. See, the way we are looking at internship scheme is that assume we take 500 people in a year. Of course, this scheme does not oblige that we need to onboard them end of 12 months. The other interesting part is that the expense for us is only 500 rupees per month. The rest is given by the government, right? So it is a good talent search for us. Rather than going to campus, doing a lot of events and all, we can take maybe say 5,000 interns, experience them for, give them experience those people also, and handpick from there. So it might turn out to be a new off-campus recruitment mode.
So you proclaim that you have internship opportunities. So then, thank you. Dr. Anuja, ma'am, the gentlemen have outnumbered us. Eager to listen to you. How can universities like AIMA design curriculum and training programs to align with the rapidly changing skill requirements of GCCs and the global workforce?
Thank you and good evening to everyone. I think it's a late evening, and in this panel, I think as we are only two of us are here to represent the other workforce, I'd like to bring in here that I represent All India Management Association, and we have been the apex body of management in India. So we have been doing a lot of competency courses from the very beginning. I mean, apart from the regular distance education courses that we run, we realize that education is a lifelong learning thing. So if you look into the way from 1997, when we started our AICT approved programs, we parallelly were running a lot of training programs and also short-term programs for corporates. These are something which were primarily to really help them out into their various work processes. Slowly and gradually, what has happened that some of them started off as trainings, then there were some extended trainings, then there were some evaluations which were to be done with the trainings, and slowly and gradually they started getting converted in form of certification. So a lot of programs went into the certification. Today we run around 29 certification in various areas. But that is not enough for us, because what we have realized is that every job role, if you look into the corporate sector, every job role is emerging very differently. And probably the career progression within the organization is happening also into specific areas of competency. So what we talk about today is the competency-based education, where we define that, okay, you might have come to the workforce with certain set of education and certain skill sets. Slowly and gradually, you realize that, okay, you want to build up the career into that area, in which you would not only require the experience that you are getting at the corporate, but maybe you need to go in for upskilling, some of the time reskilling, and probably there might be some of the job profiles which we haven't really thought about, which are emerging now, which would require altogether different set of competencies and knowledge, which probably when we are in a regular B school, we don't even envisage that these type of requirements would emerge. And these are not huge requirements. These are requirements which would be, I would say, lasting for another 2 to 5 years. I mean, that's the time shelf life of that type of a program or a skill set. So because it's not education, it's a skill set. So it would have a shelf life where you are required to have this type of skill and probably move ahead, maybe add up some more skills. So that is how we have looked into. So a couple of years ago, we launched some of the World Bank programs into procurement. And then we realized that procurement was not enough. I mean, we wanted to really also this same skill people who were trained into procurement, they were then moving on to contracts. Then we had a program into contracts. Then what we realized that contracts was not enough. It was also how you negotiate. So a new skill set which was required when you are making up a procurement document and you are talking about contracts, negotiation. How do you negotiate? Because these are long-term projects which would go on. How have you negotiated would actually talk the bottom line of the organization. So that is how this was getting impacted. Now, when we look into a lot of courses now which are emerging, say, for example, we have been running some of these finance and accounting courses. Then we realized, okay, now we did a couple of trainings into the area of ESG. Then it was like ESG is all about compliance. But it's not just about compliance. It is also about how you actually make your systems and processes aligned to the requirement. So that is where a lot of knowledge is being developed. And probably this was knowledge which is not even existed a couple of years ago. It was even not needed. It was not formalized as such. Now the processes are getting formalized, and now there is a system, there is a compliance report, there is a knowledge around it. it may be this is the time when we have courses also around it, certifications around it. And maybe these might not be, I mean, somebody would not really want to spend a year onto these type of knowledge areas, but maybe couple of months, and maybe it might be couple of weeks. I mean, and this knowledge depends upon the learner, how fast he can actually learn it. So the idea of how we see education emerging is not based on to some specific degree programs, but maybe some of the certifications, some of the qualifications, which would be more driven onto getting up the knowledge, and maybe the pace that you gather the knowledge might be very different from somebody else, and you can learn it on your own pace. But you need to clear a competency examination which assess that you are capable for it. So the certifications or the courses which are going to come in are more or less based off job roles. So you are at level 1 and you are doing a, you need to know this. You are moving on to level 2. These are the things that you should know. So this is how we grade. So probably the time has come in when maybe the corporates too should be are already, I mean, a lot of corporates are already doing that, where the career progression is well defined, and there is a path which has been said that this is how your growth would happen. And probably that's where a lot of third-party assessments would be needed. It is not within the, of course, institute organization would be doing a lot of training programs with them, but it is to be globally recognized that, okay, it was from a third party, it was the knowledge was imparted, and there was a degree or a certification, a qualification which came in. And probably that these all small packets of learning which we are doing add up. I mean, these are all credit based things. They add up, and you then get a larger certification around it, so that there is, I mean, and this is again happening in your own pace. So you have, say, 40 credits, as UGC says, that you get a diploma around it. So that is how this would work even at the top level, where maybe that's how we see education emerging. And I think the way that we have been working with the corporates and the insights that we get is that maybe these all start with very detailed understanding as to what are the objective of the organization and how the organization is going to move ahead. What are their plans for next 5 years? Based on it, there has to be a complete competency mapping which needs to be done. And based on the competency mappings, the skill sets need to arrive. And from the skill sets, the training programs and the institutions need to be onboarded to impart that. That's how I feel we can contribute.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Samit Shah, extension of the same line of thought. We see you hiring a lot of CPA, EAs, qualified, especially from Simandhar. What skills do you check when you hire? And do you think it's a good idea to integrate US tax, US GAAP curriculum in the university?
Thank you for having me here. Thank you for being a part of this panel. Thanks, Shripal. So there are two kind of answers over there. First, what skill sets we look for, right? While we hire people from Simandhar or other institutes or even colleges. There is one set of answers which has been approved by my HR. So I'll start with that first, and then maybe I'll say something what I personally feel when I take those interviews. So the first and foremost thing is the technical knowledge of that individual, right? I think in-depth understanding of US tax, GAAP, accounting, IFRS, all those things is something we clearly look for when we hire those candidates, right? Unless those are freshers. Freshers, we can see that from an accounting perspective, but people who are coming with experience, we basically focus on technical expertise first to start with. Second is very important, which is communication. I'm sure everyone on this panel will agree with me that communication is really important. Mr. Rohit was talking about communication a lot, right? So verbal, written communications, and it's not about communicating on emails. I think on ChatGPT everyone can write emails nowadays, right? But I think it's about the way you communicate your message to the opposite party, whether the opposite party is understanding what you are trying to say. And in our industry, in CPA firms, I think the way the industry is evolving, it's no more a back office or an offshoring unit. It's as good as another office of a CPA firm. So most of the people who work with us, or I'm sure with many CPA firms in India, they have a direct client interactions also, where they talk to the clients, they interact with the clients, try to understand their issues, try to give solutions to them. So all those things is only possible when they have a solid communications with them. Third thing which I kind of we normally look for in candidates is the technology proficiency. What kind of technology they have used in their previous organization, right? Few of the names are CCH, QuickBooks is something people have used in the past. What kind of SAP ERP model they have worked on. So all those kind of things also matters when we try to hire candidates. And one of the most important thing which I personally look for is about the ethics and the professional integrity of that individual, right? Longevity is a very big question nowadays in our industry, right? That also kind of strays about what is their professional ethics and integrity when it comes to the profession. So this is what has been vetted by my HR. Okay. I'll speak about what I normally look for when I talk to candidates. One is the hunger. I think the more an individual is hungry, I think, and the second thing is you should always hire attitude. I think you can always train skills to an individual. This is after my 17 years of experience that when I started my journey, I thought skills is the most important thing, but I feel personally that attitude matters more than the skills. Skills can be achieved through your certification, profession, working with any company, right? But I think attitude is something which comes from within, and someone with the right level of attitude can do wonders in their career. So this is something what I normally see when we hire candidates from Simandhar or other institutes. The second piece of question which you had, ma'am, is whether the US CPA and tax should be integrated into the curriculum, right? Absolutely, yes. When I cleared my CA 17 years back, I think audit was advanced accounting was a part of our graduation degree, right? And that really helped me when I was pursuing my CA. Accordingly, I think having those US audits, US tax, gap as a part of the basic curriculum will really help them in various ways, not only us, but even the candidates, right? The way it will help the candidates is, they will have an edge while preparing for professional certifications like CPA or VA, right? Having those basic courses in their graduation can really help them. Second, the learning curve can be really narrow when they join us, right? Any CPA firms or any other global firms, right? The learning curve can be really narrow in those cases. And of course, from a company perspective, the investment of time, trainings is much more lesser when people who have the rights, people who have the right skill sets who can join us. And I think, nowadays the whole world is opening up, right? There is nothing about India and US or maybe UK. I think having those qualifications or having those knowledge of US GAAP, tax, IFRS from the graduation will also help us to fill in the talent gap which is there in the world right now. I'm sure Vishnu will agree with me. In US, across UK, Australia, there are close to 300,000 deficiency of accountants in the world, right? So I think that will also help when those people come faster in the job market once they have those experience of studying US audits and US tax. So this is how I'll conclude. Of course, Simandhar, you are doing a great job. And I'm sure, we all will connect, ma'am, sir, for this thing. But yeah, this is my final thoughts.
Thank you, sir. I think ethics is something we did not touch much. Actually, I think that's the foundation for any skill or for any job role. Going to Arun Ramasubramaniam, sir. How can academia and corporations collaborate more effectively to align students' skill with industry needs? I think that's the most pertinent question here.
So first of all, thank you. I'm audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, thank you, and I'm honored to be part of this panel because this the bedrock, I believe, of the entire GCC because all we talk about it is talent. Um, and any of the GCCs model. So, probably I'll tell a story to, or analog or a story to explain my thing. So if you look at the whole GCC story, right? It all started probably initially as a cost play. India was a market which was usually low in cost with respect to salaries or cost compared to the US. So they said probably this is a easy market with reasonably good English speaking population to interact, and we did had good uh, institutions or democratic systems. So our laws and regulations were reasonably good to have, this captive talent because we could easily adjust with what was there in some of the Western worlds. So this kind of started the GCC market, and then if we look at today, it's no more a cost play. I think everybody will agree that it is it's more of a talent play. I mean, or it's or that's the way to go, right? And when we look at it, and this forms kind of the bedrock. I mean, I wanted to bring this up because, we talk about everything, but, it's finally the talent that we do. So there are multiple ways, I believe, in which academia and, corporates can work together on this. Historically, our education has always been focused on theory. It teaches something, whereas when you get into the markets, it's different. I think with the gradual opening up of the academia, things have started to improve.
It's still the same for the CS.
So this used to be the life for CS, right, at that time. But today, no, and thanks to organizations like Simandhar, which is actually bringing this to tier 1 cities now, and I'm sure they are talking to tier 2 and tier 3 cities because that's where the talent is. Today in tier 1, I'm very sure that none of the affluent people or for whom cost is not that much of a restriction are actually even thinking of CA unless they have a continuing practice from their parents and others. Because You enter, there is no exit. You don't know. It's a matter of luck. And that's where, academia and, corporations like us, like GCCs, collaborate extensively to develop courses which are relevant to the market in which they cater. So we talked about US taxation, we talked about audit, we talked about IFRS, and I'm sure Indian audit is also catching up very similar on that. So this is where it makes sense. Add to that, a certification at the end will actually validate the effort that you put in. So it will actually help us to attract the talent or our market, which is the students. And they are not feeling cheated for 3 years, 4 years of their time they put in, because they are seeing something at the end with a reasonably good, job market at the end, right? And this is probably the same thing on the IT side, which, he was talking about. So I think my first thing is, yes, there is co-curricular, we need to develop curriculum together with a, certification and something at the end. There has to be end, right? And which is what I think institutions like Mandar are doing very well. The second aspect I would say is call out on internships. I think it's an excellent idea. And, give credit to how the CA course was designed, right? You became employed or employable even before you pass the degree, right? And that's where, the internship plays a lot of sense. I think we still have a lot of space or miles to go in terms of how we are developing, right? Internship need not be just at the end. It can be through the course. So if, let's say, you take a BBA or a BCom or some of the courses, why it should be just, restricted to 3 years? Why can't it be a 5-year or a 6-year course where you actually, after every semester, you go and do some internship? So that way, what would happen is you might end up getting all the credits that you need for some of these certifications, because that's a major hindrance today. So you go and get that certification. At the same time, people are worked in couple of organizations. So the students very clearly know that, okay, whether I want to take tax, I want to take audit, I want to join the industry. We had so many industry people and we looked at FNA outsourcing big, right? So they can decide whether I want to be part of an audit firm or I want to directly go to an industry, right? So people will be able to make more informed decisions as if the intern, and this is a very good starting point, but I think we still have miles to go on the internship program. The last thing point which I wanted to touch upon is, if we today GCCs are doing very well, but if we have to move to the next level, right, we need to have, and I will draw the analogy from probably manufacturing. Late 80s, early 90s and 2000s, the entire manufacturing moved to China. They started off with very, people used to say, if you get a thing, right, whether it is made in China or Japan, right? China used to be the low quality one and Japan used to be the high quality one, which every one of us probably would have seen as we grew up. Today, if you see, the equation has reversed, right? China stands for quality today. Globally, anything it's manufactured is of very good quality. And they are able to have their own product companies. They are able to have their own products. I think if the GCCs have to sustain the entire generation and people have to grow up the value chain and really retain that talent and channelize them effectively, we need to get there. We need to have those products and knowledge base developed. For that, there is tremendous collaboration required between the academia and the industry in terms of research, right? I think if you look at even statistically, India is one of probably having the largest number of universities, but producing the minimal amount of research papers or having this collaboration. We need to probably grow significantly there. It can be research, it can be, management, it can be accounting, it can be anything. But depending upon the sector in which the GCC is. But that's one area where I believe a lot of collaboration is required. So I think these are my top 3.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Questions have been asked here and just my observations. Now, you made a very interesting observation regarding that, we should be integrated part of the curriculum. And then the second observation of yours was what interests them. I think one of the things that the academic institutions can really look at, which is the best practice probably from the top business schools, is about doing a psychometric at the very beginning. So most of the top business schools, and I've been part of 3 of them, do a psychometric in the very beginning. Some of you use SHL and all that. So to really understand where is the competency, where is the strength of the individual, and map it to where the learner should be focusing on. For example, if I know, I'm just talking about because of the top schools. If I have to get a guy placed in Bain, BCG, or McKinsey, MBTI J is a requirement. Okay, so I will look at that at the very beginning. And another important part is the college education that you talked about. There was a change.org, application against me because we did not call 100 percentile in CAT for an interview at SPGMR. The reason being very simple, that there's a whole bunch which actually trains in Kota, those concentration camps. And we have found consistently through an experimentation that those who come from that kind of a training really don't crack well when it comes to the campus placements, whatever will be the reason. Okay. I think the school education is as important as the college education. There's a second part. The third part regarding research, just for the information of the audience, the endowment base of Harvard Business School is $50 billion. India's total education budget is $5 billion. Total education budget, higher education budget. Now, there are 100-odd universities in US which has got an endowment base of $1 billion or above. And I was just last week, I came back from China. I was in the peer review team of AACSB for the China University of Finance, Central University of Finance and Economy in Beijing. Now, each of these are very heavily funded. That's how the Chinese, research has gone up. I think if there's a real collaboration has to happen between industry and academia, the industry has to come forward with endowment. I think you cannot, there is no skin in the game of the industry when it comes to, collaboration with the academia. I think the industry really need to really think of it. Otherwise, this going up the value chain, that window of opportunity may again be missed. So that's something which the industry needs to really seriously think about.
Thank you, sir. That was pacifying. I have been nudged to wrap up the session. All I want to say is we have a saying that curiosity killed the cat. But I would say now it is complacency kills the cat. As academicians or as industry stalwarts, I don't think so we can now rest any longer, especially with digital skills changing, digital demands changing so rampantly. I think we, from the industry academic perspective, we'll have to train our students so that they're ready. Once we send them there, then it's your part of the coaching. So I think holistically, both of us are in this endeavor of enriching a student to become a better human being. So thank you very much for this excellent, engaging session. I would want to quote Aristotle's saying, all knowledge should be subject to examination and reasoning. So whatever we've spoken here, probably, I think once we start implementing, the results will speak for themselves. So thank you very much for the audience also. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Jagrati.
I would call Shripal, sir. Thank you, panelists, for this wonderful session here. And as a moment of appreciation, we have a small memento to distribute and can start. First, we would like Mr. Rohit Kaushal from Maximus. Mr. Vishnu Patwari from video. Mr. Arun Subramaniam from Moss Adam. Mr. Prakash Srinivasan from Wipro. Mr. Samit Shah from Elliott Davis. Dr. Atish Chattopadhyay. Anuja Pandey. Professor Crystal Selvin from St. Joseph. Dr. Acharya Subhashi from Christ University. Thank you, everybody. Please gather up for a group picture. Thank you. Can we all have a big round of applause for our panelists? I request Shripal sir to please wait on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Vishnu.
I would also like to felicitate one of our trusted partners from KPMG, Mr. Amit Sukheja. Academia, to shaping the future of education and making a significant impact in bridging the gap between academia and industry. Calling upon Dr. Subramaniam from Reva University. Calling Dr. Dhanraj from Presidency University. Calling Dr. Atish Chaturvedi from Vijayabhumi University. Dr. Atish Chaturvedi. Dr. Atish Chaturvedi from Vijayabhumi University. Dr. Rajeshwari from Maharani Lakshmi Amman College for Women. Dr. Gitanjali from Nagaranjana College. Okay, then we can do that. I request all volunteers to come up on stage for a group picture with Shripal sir. Simandhar team, please. Also, the dinner is being served at the 4th floor, so in case you would want to get up over there. Request the volunteers and Simandhar team to please gather upon the stage.
I think Akshay also.
Request all volunteers and the Simandhar team to please gather up on top. Request everybody to gather on the 4th floor for dinner.